callers from the call-in studio web interface.
Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell.
The largest union talk radio program in the southern United States. This is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison, here with my co-host and fellow agitator Adam Keller. If you have anything to add, you can give us a phone call and leave us a voicemail. The phone number is 844-899-TVLR. That's 844-899-8857. Really appreciate everybody tuning in today. Lots to discuss. Most of it very, very bad. So before we start discussing it, let's go ahead and everybody watching us online, go ahead and like the stream if you haven't. Subscribe to the channel and all of that good stuff. Appreciate everybody tuning in on Facebook and YouTube, as well as our radio audience, obviously. Let's just go ahead and jump right into it. Last week, President Donald Trump issued an executive order that purports to eliminate collective bargaining rights for nearly 2/3 of federal workers and 75% of those who are currently represented by a union. He alleges that collective bargaining is inconsistent with national security at all of the affected agencies. This is not true. It is BS. It is a lie. Workers across the federal government won the right to unionize when in 1978, nearly 50 years ago, we pressured Congress into passing the Civil Service Reform Act. In that act, Congress declared, and it is still the official policy of the United States of America as set forth in the United States Code, that, quote, labor organizations and collective bargaining in the civil service are in the public interest because, among other things, the protection of the fundamental right of a worker to organize, quote, safeguards the public interest, contributes to the effective conduct of public business, and facilitates and encourages the amicable settlements of disputes between employees and their employers involving conditions of employment. That has been the law, and that is still the law. That Congress recognizes that. Congress recognizes it is the official policy in the United States Code that collective bargaining is not just that the government is neutral about collective bargaining. In fact, this is the policy of the government in the private sector and the public sector, and in no Congress has it been overturned. The official policy of the United States government is that collective bargaining and unionization is a positive good. Not that the government is neutral towards it, that the government wants it to happen. And in those instances where the government says that, the government is correct, obviously, that collective bargaining is good. Since 1978, since the Civil Service Reform Act was passed in 1978, no president, not Republican nor Democrat, not even Ronald Reagan, has attempted to lie so blatantly to the American people with respect to the effect of collective bargaining in the government. Every president has respected the right, has respected the fact that Congress sought to extend protections of the right to collective bargaining to the vast majority of the federal workforce. Neither Congress nor any previous president pretended to believe that collective bargaining would imperil national security in the vast majority of instances. Indeed, even in the president's so-called fact sheet about the order, there is no evidence presented that workers engaging in collective bargaining have ever imperiled national security. If national security is genuinely a concern of this administration, a more target-rich environment in which to look would actually be his political appointees, who are texting about attack plans and war plans and whatever you want to call it in signal chats with journalists. Now, Trump does not believe that federal workers who engage in collective bargaining actually imperil national security. He gives away the game in his fact sheet. This is retaliation against federal workers and our unions who have refused to sit idly by as Trump and his billionaire buddies take a chainsaw to our sisters and brothers. It is on its face a farcical argument that you can take away collective bargaining rights because we, quote, fight. That's in the fact sheet, that there are federal government unions who are fighting some of these policies. That is not an argument to take away the fundamental right of a person to organize collectively. It's a farcical argument, and AFGE National President Reverend Everett Kelly pointed it out on Twitter, saying if Trump is using national security to justify the elimination of collective bargaining rights for hundreds of thousands of federal workers, 1 million federal workers, then what is going to happen to our national security when Trump tries to fire those same workers? You can't have it both ways. Either these people are so important The majority, two-thirds of the federal government is so important to our national security that we cannot allow them to have a say in their workplace, or they're actually not that important and we can fire most of them. You cannot have it both ways. You simply cannot. Logically, you cannot have it both ways. This order is a middle finger to the 1 million working people that it affects directly and to all working people everywhere. The order tells Alabamians at Redstone Arsenal that you do not deserve a voice on the job. It tells us that we should not speak up and defend our fellow workers. It tells us that we do not deserve due process and that our expertise on the jobs do not matter. That's what Trump thinks of you. Everybody who's listening to me at Redstone Arsenal right now, Trump thinks that you are a worm, that you do not deserve rights, that you do not deserve a say on your job, that you are not a competent enough person to have any level of authority on your job. He doesn't trust you to choose to organize or not. As the president of the North Alabama Area Labor Council, I know that North Alabama's unions strongly condemn this baseless assault, and I know that North Alabama's unions encourage federal workers to join their unions to be a part of the fight against this attack on their rights. Federal workers should also join the Federal Unionists Network. You can go to savepublicservices.com to become a part of a nationwide rapid response network to respond as these attacks happen, as Trump attempts to gut the federal government and fire our sisters and brothers and attack and degrade their working conditions. I also further encourage federal workers to ensure that they are paying their dues directly to their union through electronic dues processing services rather than through paycheck deduction, because another one of the things that this order purports to do is take away the right of workers to opt in to paycheck dues deduction. And again, because of Janus, which was an absurd ruling, I think, in 2018, but because of Janus, the entire federal government is the equivalent of a right to work space. So no employee in the federal government, quote unquote, is forced to pay union dues. Every federal employee who is a member of their union and who pays dues to their union opted in to paying dues. And Trump wants to take that ability away. And so unions, I know that at least AFGE, I'm sure that IFPTE and NIFI have done the same, but I know that AFGE has set up an e-dues processing platform. So make sure you go to afge.org/join to sign up for e-dues, or reach out to your local steward, your local president, to make sure that you do that, because AFGE, as we are speaking, is preparing a legal fight on this front because the union believes that this is illegal. I believe that this is illegal. The law, I am less convinced about that case than I am on some of these other cases. In some of the other cases, I think the law is very clear. On this one, I do unfortunately think that the law is worded strangely, even though the intent is obvious that Congress and every previous president have agreed that the vast majority of the federal workforce ought to have the right to unionize. There is some specific language there that is concerning to me. But AFGE is preparing a legal fight on this front, and they have been doing it, and we've been covering it. And we talked to AFGE's general counsel about how they have been able to get back thousands of probationary employees their jobs back. So, you know, that costs money, obviously, as does mobilizing people to fight these kinds of things in our communities. Make sure that our Congress members know that we do not support these attacks on our jobs and the jobs of our sisters and brothers, whether we are in the federal government or not. It's important to make sure that we are part of the fight back against it, because even if you are not in the federal government, this is not going to be good for you. The absolute gutting of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the gutting of the Environmental Protection Agency, the gutting of the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, the Mine Safety and Health Administration, the Wage and Hour Division of the Department of Labor. All of this is going to negatively impact working people everywhere, and so working people everywhere need to stand up and fight back. I have seen a lot of conversation and explicit mentioning of how the labor movement failed to stand up for the Patco strikers in 1981, and labor movement leaders are saying that we will not let that happen again this time. And so I think it's pretty clear exactly what that means has to be on the table. And so every worker, whether you're union or not, whether you're government or not, should be preparing for escalating action. You should be making sure that you are saving. You should be making sure that you have money in your bank account. You should make sure that you have your ducks in a row, because I'm not sure what it's going to take to get this administration to stop. This is taking away collective bargaining rights for 2/3 of the federal government, for 1 million working people. Such a broad-scale assault on union rights has never happened in my lifetime. I've seen some people say that it's the biggest attack on union rights in the country's history. I have some difficulty with that, even though the Patco strike was only 10,000 people. It was not 1 million people. It was firing them, which is a little bit worse materially than what's happened right now. But it's, in the last 30 years, it's for sure the worst thing that's happened as it relates to union rights. So it's a very scary thing, and we need to be prepared to fight back. SavePublicServices.com. The Federal Unionist Network has a mass call tomorrow. If you sign up, you should get an invitation to it. Their big thing is they're going to be training organizers. They're setting up rapid response networks so that people can be prepared in their communities. So this is going to take a lot of people. So make sure that you're doing that. If you're a federal employee, you're a member of your union, you're paying dues directly, and you're getting involved.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I think regardless of what sector you work in, it's not a good thing when people lose their rights, right? That impacts all workers, even if you're not in the federal government. When other working people lose their contractual rights, when they lose their legal rights, when they lose what is considered human rights. I mean, the United Nations has declared unions and collective bargaining a human right. And this is being stripped away from hundreds of thousands of workers. So I appreciate all the other unions that have been standing in solidarity with the federal workers. I'm proud that, my unions, IATSE and CWA, have already announced their statements in solidarity. President Shawn Fain with the UAW has put out a statement. But you're exactly right. It's going to take massive people power. We have to have the kind of mass mobilization that we haven't seen in generations, clearly, because this is open class warfare. Working class people are under attack from multiple directions, and it's a very troubling time. But I think it's an opportunity for all of us to get involved and to get more involved and to get more people involved. So that's one of the things I would encourage you to do is, who do you know? Who can you talk to? Who can you have one-on-one conversations with and bring them into the mix and get more plugged in? How can you educate people and organize them and ultimately activate them and get them involved? Because we're going to have to do that. We're going to have to do that. It's regardless of where you work, working people are under attack. And, some of us really do believe in that old saying, an injury to one is an injury to all. That is a labor movement mantra, and it's something that we have to stick by, and we have to make sure that we're not being divided. I've already seen some union folks in private sector industries who are, not upset by this because they're not concerned. They're like, oh, well, I work in the private sector. What does this matter to me? Again, an injury to one is an injury to all. When the floor is lowered for working people, when less and less working people have rights on the job, when less and less working people have security and have a voice on the job, that's a problem for all of us. We all have to take it seriously.
Yeah, They're coming after the what they perceive as the weak links first. In all of these facets, they're going after people that are not citizens first. They're going after people that are on visas first, and then it's going to continue to come in towards us. They're going after public sector federal government workers first, then they're going to come after postal workers, then they're going to come after public sector workers generally, then they're going to come after private sector workers. It's very clear, and the more that we allow this stuff to happen, the less we will be able to fight it when it comes to wherever you happen to be at in the chain. We're going to talk more about that later in the program. I've got somebody from the Federal Unionist Network coming on at 12:30 p.m. We're going to go long on the show today. We're going to be talking about the NALC Arbitration Award at 11:15 a.m. All of these times are central. And now we're going to talk about a more local story in Alabama. We have Warren Tidwell on the Zoom. Warren Tidwell is executive director of the Alabama Center for Rural Organizing and Systemic Solutions. Warren, welcome back to the show. But it's been like literal actual years since you've been on the show, which is bonkers. So it's been too long, but appreciate you taking the time to talk to us again today.
The people that we're working to support and working alongside, right? At this point in time, the reason you haven't seen us in years is we've been working on disaster recovery since March of 2023 in Camp Hill, Alabama, the last place I was when we talked. And so, what's that?
You've been doing really, really great work there, and the across the Alabama Center for Rural Organizing and Systemic Solutions grew out of the work in Camp Hill. And so, can you just kind of talk about what this organization is, and specifically what some of the work that y'all are doing down in Camp Hill?
Specifically, we center everything we do in our community resilience work around workers' rights, right? Around creating better material conditions for our folks on the ground. And what does that look like? In Camp Hill, Alabama, 85% of people own their home. 75% of those homes are gone.
Warren, you're breaking up. You're breaking up a little bit. I don't know if maybe it would be. It might help to take you off of the. If you went off of video, so that the audio is the only thing coming through. But you're breaking up a little bit.
Okay, am I coming through okay now?
I think that's better.
Okay, I do apologize. As you are aware, in doing the work alongside the people, we can get injured just like anyone else. And so I'm coming to you from home today because of a fall on a project last week where I broke my arm in two places and injured my fingers. But at the same time, going back to what I was talking about, in Camp Alabama, a lot of folks, they have air property issues. Even if they own their homes, the homes are still in a parent or a grandparent's name. Coming out of that disaster recovery, we needed to repair probably 60, 70 roofs in a town where 60% live below the poverty line. These are hardworking folks, a lot of seniors, people who did things the right way in their life. And a FEMA declaration was denied. The claim was there wasn't enough damage done. So when we went after other programs like USDA support and other things like that, we found out because of those air property issues that there would not be, they wouldn't be eligible because you had to prove ownership of that. So we developed an air property program out of that. And coming out of all of that, the issues that we would encounter, like we had sadly a mass shooting that affected young people in Camp Hill just 2 weeks after the storm. So you have 16, 17, 18, 19-year-olds shooting, killing each other. We had 4 children, 4 of our best and brightest, and I think it was 31 injured at this Sweet 16 birthday party. We don't have a lot of opportunity in Camp Hill. So we looked at that and we said, hey, what can we do about this? We secured a 2-bay automotive shop where we're building a local workforce development training center to pull some of these young folks in who don't have a lot of opportunity, to create pre-apprenticeship programs to hopefully feed them into some trade apprenticeship work. And it's been wildly successful. In the last 2 years, we've actually dropped the crime rate in a town where 60% live below the poverty line, and where poverty, of course, does breed desperation and therefore breeds crime. we've been able to drop that. And this is a lot of organizations talk about place-based solutions. You know, we're living that. I could talk about other communities, but I want to focus on Camp Hill this morning. And without the FEMA declaration, we were desperate to figure out, as a relatively new organization filled with veteran organizers, but with few resources, what we could do. And we were made aware of an EPA community change grant. There were only something like 100 of these given out nationwide, but it fit what we were doing so perfectly. Not only would it repair all of the roofs that were damaged in this terrible hailstorm where baseball to softball size hail had damaged 90% of the cars and destroyed all of these roofs, but it would also allow us to build these homes back better insulation, get the energy burden down on some of our most impoverished residents in a state where, as I'm sure you all are well aware, we pay an exorbitant amount for energy and the utilities. And I was very happy to learn that one of the partners we had was awarded one of those grants, which would have meant that, again, we repair all of these roofs. Then the spending freeze happened through the memo. It was then put in a stay by the courts. Confusion continues to swirl around this grant, but at this time, the Trump administration is trying to terminate this grant that would allow us to not only meet all of the needs of the working folks that we work with, but to have solar and battery backup at a community center within this town that, again, we're the only resource that would allow us post-disaster to keep our refrigerators, freezers going for our seniors, for our vulnerable population, for the food pantry, to be able to refrigerate insulin post-disaster, right? For us to be able to create a space where people who are medically fragile could come in. And it has been, because of the DEI climate executive order, it's been under attack. This is a grant where our partner has contract signed. Congress has allocated this funding under the Biden administration. And I'll be honest, guys, I'm not sure what we're going to do if this stands and they are able to terminate this grant.
And so that's one of the big reasons that we wanted to bring you on. We wanted to give you the space to talk about what this is doing to your organization, but more importantly, obviously, the community, right? And you're raising some money to try to bridge the gap between now and hopefully being able to pull this money down. But it's just really, really gross. But because of the way that they're going in without any respect for actually what's going on, but just because this is an EPA grant that has quote unquote climate stuff attached to it, they're cutting it. And this is really going to hurt rural Alabamians who are going to be benefiting from this. And so can you talk to us a little bit more about what are going to be the ramifications of if you are not able to get this money for this community, and what are you hoping to do in the interim?
As a nonprofit that runs very efficiently on what we bring in the first year after the storm, with $7,800 in in-kind donations, we were able to pull in over $1 million in material donations, repair a number of roofs, 500,000 shelf-stable meals, over $50,000 in tarps, to mitigate the damage on these homes until we could figure out a solution to get them taken care of. And so what it has done is we looked for a solution. We poured a ton of energy in helping our partner organization go after this grant. And we have a lot of eggs in that basket. We don't put all of our eggs in one basket, but this was the answer to a lot of our issues. We run on probably 5,000 a month is generally what we do, maybe 15,000 a quarter. But as you heard from what I just said, what we're able to accomplish with what we do, it doesn't take much. But it also doesn't take much to end us. And the money that was supposed to come in for operational expenses March 1st, of course, with this termination, did not. And we were informed that it would be coming in a couple of weeks later, and again, it did not. So at this point in time, we have overextended ourselves in believing that money was coming by continuing the projects that we were already doing, working on a number of these homes, building out these workforce development projects. And so now we're forced. We should not have to do this. We did everything honestly, ethically, and by the book. We did the work that was required. We played by the rules. We went after a grant that, of course, it has been one of the ones that are mainly under attack with the EPA. We had no way of knowing that. I'm a former mechanic. These are working class folks that said, hey, how do we figure out this issue that we've got? And then we saw a solution, went after it, and in taking it away, has taken away the repairs that we could do, but also has crippled our ability to continue operations in the interim as a nonprofit.
Right. Well, where you're trying to raise now $5,000 to try to fill an operational gap, where can people go to donate to that?
The website is acrossalabama.org. I can be reached at warren@acrossalabama.org, but the donation links are all on the website, from Venmo, PayPal, or Action Network link. At this point in time, I'm very happy to say that we've raised half of that. And it's been small donations from working folks. The best one was one of the local residents who we work with coming up, and bless her heart, she doesn't have a lot, but giving me $2 because she says, we really need you to continue. We haven't had anything in this community like this in generations. And the folks have rallied around it. The working class solidarity, and it has been the toughest 2 years of my life, but it's been the most rewarding 2 years of my life. These are amazing human beings who have been through the worst repeatedly that life has to offer. And, they need help, and we can't help the people without the people helping us. Right.
Warren, I really appreciate your time. 60 seconds left. Is there anything that you want to leave folks with before we let you go? I'm really amazed at the fact that we're staying focused on what we're doing. We're not more angry by this. A number of my friends have told me for years, you just need to do things the right way, right? If you do things the right way, you go by the law, you follow the law, things will work out. We know that's not always the case, right? We did things the right way. You cannot work any harder than we did to get to this point. And to have an opportunity like this, just thoughtlessly ripped away, that is going to hurt working class folks who have done the right things their entire life. Their work, we got a number of seniors on fixed incomes. For that to be taken away, and for them to claim that this is something that is DEI or climate related, when that solar and battery backup would feed people post disaster, would keep programs going. I don't know what to tell someone, but we did things the right way, and we need some help. All right. Warren Tidwell, Across Alabama. You can find that online. Donate to their fundraiser to help them meet these operational gaps. I know that we will here. Warren, really appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate everything y'all do.
Absolutely. We're going to be heading into a break here in just a moment. We'll be talking to folks at Volkswagen Chattanooga to give us an update on their bargaining on the other side, as well as obviously going into last week in Southern Labor and Boss Watch. So make sure that you stay tuned, folks. 844-899-TVLR if you want to leave us a voicemail throughout the week or call in later in the program. We'll be taking calls probably about noon Central or so. So go ahead and load that number up if you want to call in later in the program. We've got a lot more. Stay tuned.
The attorneys at Maples, Tucker, and Jacobs have stood with the working people of Alabama for over 40 years, providing skilled legal representation for your workplace injury claims. When you are injured on the job, it can be a scary time. The attorneys at Maples, Tucker, and Jacobs have the experience to guide you through the process to make sure that you and your family are properly taken care of and your rights are protected. If you need help, call the attorneys at Maples, Tucker, and Jacobs at 855-617-9333 or visit online at www.mtnj.com. No representation is made that the quality of legal services provided is greater than the quality of legal services provided by other law firms.
Support for the Valley Labor Report comes from the International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers Union. Learn more by visiting www.ifpte.org.
Are you looking for a better future, a career that can have you set for life, and to be a part of something that's bigger than yourself? If you are, then consider a skilled trades apprenticeship with the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. The work of IUPAT is all around us, from the industrial painters who work on the bridges to drywall finishers, floor coverers, the glazers who install the glass in our skylines, and so much more. With an IUPAT apprenticeship, you earn while you learn and receive benefits while learning the trade, including a pension. We provide world-class education free of charge. That's right, no student debt. Our starting salaries for apprentices that graduate is above the national median salary with benefits for entire families. And you have the flexibility to take your trade wherever you'd like in the country to work. IUPAT District Council 77 covers our entire region, so give Adam Booth a call at 205-603-3142 for more information. Again, that phone number is 205-603-3142. Come build a better future with us today and join IUPAT.
We're the nurses, firefighters, and claims representatives that help keep our government services running. We respond to natural disasters. We care for our nation's veterans, and we investigate discrimination in the workplace. We are federal and D.C. government workers, and we are proud to serve the American people. Working in more than 70 agencies across the government, we know we can fulfill our mission because our union has our back. Learn more at afge.org. Paid for by the American Federation of Government Employees, AFL-CIO.
Since 1889, the National Association of Letter Carriers has protected the rights of city carriers as they deliver the mail and offer support for their community. The Alabama State Association of Letter Carriers makes their legislative voices heard when it comes to issues involving the U.S. Postal Service and the working members of the union. The National Association of Letter Carriers has been longtime supporters of the Muscular Dystrophy Association and the Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive. This message is sponsored by the Alabama Association of Letter Carriers. To learn more, visit NALC.org. Unite Here is also a supporter of the Valley Labor Report. They are a labor union that represents 300,000 working people across Canada and the United States. Their members work in the hotel, gaming, food service, manufacturing, textile, distribution, laundry, transportation, and airport industries. You can learn more about Unite Here at unitehere.org.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell.
A battle in the heart of Alabama caught our attention. Coal miners in one community, they've been on strike now for months.
Working as long as 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, in some of the most dangerous conditions.
I really think that the labor movement is the single greatest force for democracy in the history of the United States.
The story of Alabama is a story of not just resilience, but of militancy.
I say no contract, you say no code. No contract, no contract.
If we ain't all free, ain't none of us free.
You're listening to Alabama's only union talk radio show, The Valley Labor Report, with Adam Keller and Jacob Morrison.
That's right, folks. From the mountains of Kentucky to the bayous of Louisiana, broadcasting online and on the radio from the heart of the Tennessee Valley, the Spice Radio Studios in Huntsville, Alabama. This is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison, here with my co-host and fellow agitator Adam Keller. Today, we go through last week in Southern Labor and Boss Watch. Lots of updates. We also talk to UAW members at Volkswagen in Chattanooga about the latest in negotiations. And we talk about some terrible legislation that Alabama's U.S. Senator Katie Britt has introduced. All that and more on today's program. If you want to be part of the show today, we've got a phone number. The line is open, but we're probably not going to be taking any calls until about noon. But just for your awareness, the phone number is 844-899-TVLR. That is 844-899-8857. You can also leave us a voicemail anytime throughout the week, and we might respond to it on the next program. We've got a voicemail that we'll be responding to today. If you haven't gotten enough of us by the time that we wrap up here on the radio, or if you just want to see what we're up to throughout the week, you can find us anywhere you find anything online, in particular at our website, tvlr.fm. But we are also on YouTube, Facebook, and wherever you get your podcasts, all at the Valley Labor Report. Just a reminder, your support helps us stay on the air. Our largest single source of funding comes directly from our listeners. So if you want to become a sustaining donor to the program or make a one-time donation, you can go to tvlr.fm/donate or patreon.com/the Valley Labor Report. We also have a bunch of really cool merch for sale at tvlr.fm/store, and you can get some cool stuff there. Finally, if you're a member of a union, you should reach out to your local and try to get them to think about sponsoring the program. We could not do this program without the support of organized labor, so you can reach out to us for more details about that at tvlr.fm/contact.
Hey y'all, let me add a disclaimer that any viewpoints or opinions expressed in this program belong solely to their author and do not necessarily represent any organization or sponsor. We welcome all of our listeners, whether you're on YouTube, Facebook, Unclaimed Mysteries Internet Radio, WVNN, WZZA, WHIV, WMMT, WGOW, or through your favorite podcast app. We are proud to be part of the Labor Radio Podcast Network and encourage our listeners to check that out. And as most of you know, we are not media professionals, just a few diehard unionists who want to amplify the voices of the working class here in the American South. We're hoping this project can make a difference on that front, and we can't do it without you. So we want to thank everyone for tuning in. Whether you're a loyal fan or first-time listener today, we appreciate you spending some time with us.
All right, folks. Let's go ahead and jump right into last week in Southern labor. Here is what workers in the U.S. South and the American colonies were up to from March 21st to the 28th. And a reminder, you can subscribe to the newsletter at tvlr.fm because these segments are always now truncated, so you're never getting the full thing in the radio or YouTube segment, but you will get the exhaustive version of Last Week in Southern Labor if you sign up to the newsletter. New union campaigns. 135 workers at Real Alloy Recycling in Morgantown, Kentucky filed a petition to hold a union election with the Teamsters Local 89. 119 workers at Breakthrough Beverage Group in St. Louis, Missouri filed a petition to hold a union election with the Liquor and Wine Sales Representatives Union, Local 3. This is interesting because the Teamsters have been organizing a lot of workers at this company across the country. 20 workers at Fritz Enterprises in Birmingham, Alabama filed a petition to hold a union election with the United Steelworkers, USW. 75 workers at Alamo Draft House in Austin, Texas filed a petition to hold a union election with the United Auto Workers. 18 workers at Starbucks in Mechanicsville, Virginia, that is an incredible name for a city, filed a petition to hold a union election with Starbucks Workers United. 15 workers at Diversicare of Pell City in Pell City, Alabama, filed a petition to hold a union election with the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union, RWDSU, and 90 drivers at United Natural Foods Incorporated, UNFI, in Texas and Louisiana are demanding recognition of their unionization with the Teamsters. In election results, 147 machinists at BWXT, a rail, some sort of rail company in Lynchburg, Virginia, voted 84-60 in favor of unionization with the International Brotherhood of Boilermakers, IBB Local 45. 59 workers at Via 313 Pizza in Austin, Texas, voted 22-16 in favor of unionization with Restaurant Workers United, but the employer is challenging the election. It's unclear why. 7 workers at Mary Queen and Mother Center in St. Louis, Missouri, withdrew their petition for a union election with SEIU Healthcare Missouri, Kansas. 25 workers at Pardue Masonry of Central Florida in Tampa, Florida, voted 0-19 against unionization with the International Union of Bricklayers and Allied Craft Workers, IUBAC, Local 8 Southeast, and 12 workers at Breakthrough Beverages, Virginia, in Virginia Beach, Virginia, voted 9-3 in favor of unionization with the Teamsters, Local 822. In grievances, unfair labor practices, and court cases, the United Mine Workers of America, UMWA, filed 2 unfair labor practice charges against Warrior Med in Alabama for violations of Sections 8A3 and 8A1 of the National Labor Relations Act, illegally discharging or not hiring union supporters, and retaliating against workers for engaging in concerted activity. In strikes and bargaining updates, arbitrator Nolan imposed a contract on the National Association of Letter Carriers that is more or less the same as the tentative agreement that was overwhelmingly voted down. Shortly thereafter, Postmaster General DeJoy resigned sooner than expected, reportedly over continued clashes with DOGE. UAW members at Volkswagen in Chattanooga, Tennessee, are increasing the pressure on the company to come to an agreement, with Sean Fain holding multiple events in the city last week, recording fiery speeches. We'll be playing some of that shortly. United Airlines Teamsters rejected the company's latest proposal by 99.5%. That is crazy for a ratification vote of a contract. The union characterized the vote, interestingly, as a rejection of the company's attempt to, quote, cut their wages and send their work to communist China, calling the proposal radical and un-American. They also noted that the company made $4 billion in profits last year. Drivers and riders in Kansas City got the Transportation Authority to agree not to implement cuts at this time, and community groups are urging them to find other ways of dealing with the budget shortfall. After rejecting a tentative agreement last week, bus drivers for Mobile, Alabama's Wave Transit Service, unionized with the Amalgamated Transit Union, ATU Local 770, voted to authorize a strike. They haven't announced when a strike would begin, but they did file an unfair labor practice charge against Wave for disciplining workers over their protected concerted activities, presumably due to their sick out last week. Meanwhile, the mayor is raising concerns about spending. Workers at Wells Fargo locations who have unionized across the country held a nationwide mobilization event last week, informing customers about union busting happening at their branches. The International Alliance of Theatrical and Stage Employees, IATSE, came to an agreement with the producers of a low-budget movie, The Last Story of David Allen, in Memphis, Tennessee, which the union and producers hope can serve as a model for union benefits for crews on such productions. Workers at Merson in Columbia, Tennessee, are restarting bargaining for an initial collective bargaining agreement after concluding effects bargaining over layoffs at the plant. Workers recently unionized with IUE-CWA Local 88502. In political and legislative updates, in the largest assault on union rights in my lifetime, possibly in American history, Donald Trump purported to take away collective bargaining rights for nearly 2/3 of federal workers and 75% of federal workers who are currently represented by a union. 1 million people. He purports to do this on national security grounds, but he gave away the game in his fact sheet when he said he didn't like that some federal unions are, quote, fighting him. Almost all large unions have come out strongly against, especially, obviously, the American Federation of Government Employees, AFGE, with the Teamsters being a notable exception. AFGE and allies are preparing a lawsuit, and there is explicit talk about PATCO and how unions did not do enough to defend the strikers. It's unclear how much those words mean, though. The Social Security system is already beginning to creak and crack. The website crashed 4 times over the course of 10 days in March. The phone service is degrading. Customers are seeing longer wait times, and DOGE cut the agency's program to measure customer experience. This all after significant forward momentum under Martin O'Malley only last year. Immigrants continue to be kidnapped and disappeared without due process over their speech, now including a student at the University of Alabama. And in this case, we don't even know what he is alleged to have said after multiple days. Florida has seen significant job shortages due to immigrants leaving the state, so they are, I kid you not, floating loosening child labor laws explicitly as a way to combat these job shortages. It's insane. At least 120 employees at the Mine Safety and Health Administration, MSHA, or 7% of the agency, accepted the buyout offer, leaving the agency with less employees than it has had in decades, even as it struggles to do the bare minimum now. And Alabama's U.S. Senator Katie Britt has introduced legislation to ban project labor agreements on federal construction. Again, there is more. You can find it at TVLR.fm. Subscribe to the newsletter. Finally, in internal union affairs, with elections for the presidency of the Teamsters coming up next year, Sean O'Brien is touting his accomplishments: 80,000 new Teamsters, 250 strikes, record contracts, according to the union. Left unsaid, of course, is the controversy that he is consistently creating politically. It remains to be seen if that will be a problem for him in the election. If we missed anything, let us know at tvlr.fm/contact. Now we're going to go to talking to the folks at the UAW, or at Volkswagen, members of the UAW in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Before we get to them, though, I wanted to play a couple of minutes of one of Shawn Fain's videos about bargaining at Volkswagen in Tennessee. Let's listen to Shawn Fain.
Like many people, I wanted to believe Volkswagen management when they said they are a different kind of company, when they claim that they don't oppose unions, and they believe in the right of workers to have a voice and rights in the workplace. It turns out that my hopes in Volkswagen management was just wishful thinking. This employer is no different from any other that we deal with. And after meeting with the company today, it is abundantly clear Volkswagen doesn't give a damn about you or your families. Management showed us today that they care more about their profits than about making sure you and your family have what you need to survive. And let's be crystal clear about why. Corporate greed. Management didn't want to hear it, but today your bargaining team gave them the hard truth, straight from the nearly 1,800 workers who completed our healthcare survey. And that truth is devastating. 1 in 3 Volkswagen employees struggles to afford Volkswagen's garbage health insurance. Nearly 3 out of 4 have had to choose between getting medical care or paying for rent and food. 3 out of 4. More than half of Volkswagen employees have been driven into debt, drained their savings, or even filed for bankruptcy because of medical expenses. 1 in 5 Volkswagen employees have had to take a second job just to afford medical bills. 1 in 5 Volkswagen workers rely on publicly funded TennCare, Tennessee's Medicaid program, to insure their children. And this is happening at a company that raked in $20.6 billion in profit last year. A company that paid their CEO $11 million last year. Think about this. Under Volkswagen's current offer, it would take the highest paid production worker in Chattanooga 163 years to make what the Volkswagen CEO makes in just 1 year. But Volkswagen doesn't just lavish profits on company executives. There's also plenty to go around for rich shareholders. In fact, Volkswagen has shoveled $30 billion into shareholders' pockets over the last 4 years through stock buyback schemes and dividends. Volkswagen has billions for rich shareholders. They have millions for company executives, but when it comes time to take care of the workers who produce the profits and the products, suddenly management claims there's nothing left.
So there you go, folks. Shawn Fain, international president of the United Auto Workers, talking last week in Chattanooga about the state of bargaining with Volkswagen. Here to discuss further, we have Chris Dyer and Michael Achituro. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Both employees at Volkswagen Chattanooga in the finish department in electrical repair, members of the Volunteer Organizing Committee, VOC, of the UAW. Chris, Michael, welcome to the Valley Labor Report. Thanks for taking the time.
Thanks for having us.
Really appreciate it, and appreciate your work, obviously, organizing Volkswagen in Chattanooga, the first foreign-owned automotive plant in the South to be unionized. It is a huge deal. So really appreciate that. Can Michael, how long have you been working there, and what made you get involved in the union campaign?
I've been there over about 2 years, a little over 2 years. I've worked union jobs in the past. I moved out here 3 years ago from Seattle. I worked at the Boeing Company. I worked for Community Transit, which is a union, ATU organized company. And I grew up in a Teamster household. I've always thought that labor rights are very important, and we need to have safe and secure workplaces with job security and all those kind of things. And I saw a lot of my coworkers being intimidated and bullied by management here at Volkswagen, and I was really surprised they weren't already unionized. So I wanted to get on board and help get that ball rolling and get us what we need to have a great workplace.
Chris, what about you? How long have you been at Volkswagen, and what made you get involved in the union campaign? I'm not hearing Chris. Is Chris muted?
Yeah, he's sideways too.
Chris, I think you're muted, Chris. I can't hear you.
Hello? Okay, what about now?
Now I can hear you. Yes. Chris Dyer, appreciate it. Yeah. How long have you been working there, and what made you get involved in the union campaign?
14 years at Volkswagen, working electrical repair. I'm really thankful for my job. There's a lot of things that made me want to have a union. Can I give some examples, or
yes,
you want to
please
do that
do.
a little bit later?
Yeah.
Let's see. Tons of favoritism, whether you're kinfolk, friends, or the pretty girls. I hate it when they get the good jobs and you see 55 and 60-year-old people with 8 or 10 years experience still doing the hard jobs. And let's see, I hate seeing that years ago, the big bosses would brag about their bonuses. They'd post online, look at what I bought for my bonus. And it's like $30,000, $40,000 boats. And at that time, we didn't even get a bonus. Let's say, like, it's basically like they treat the workers that we had, the ones that do the work and build the cars. We have calluses on our hands. We're treated completely different than the people upstairs. And they like to put, well, I don't have a Volkswagen shirt. They put one team on our shirt and call us a big family. But the people that work there very long, you know, that's not true.
Right. Yeah, that sounds very frustrating, and that's the kind of stuff that happens in a union plant, even though, and you know, we have people, you know, and one of those things that you mentioned was basically, you were alluding to the importance of seniority, right? So you were talking about people who have been there for a decade or more, still doing some of the hardest jobs in the plant, and we have people that reach out to us that are like, oh, you know, I hate, you know, a hierarchy of people who have been there longer getting the best jobs or whatever, and that's not right, or what, and that's crazy, because what that means when we talk about seniority, right, what that means is that you get benefit from having sacrificed so much of your life to a single company. If you have been at one company for 10 years, for 20 years, yes, you should get a benefit, not just for the work that you do that day or how efficient you are in the day-to-day, but for how much of your life you have sacrificed to that company. And I think that, you know, most people who think about it for a little bit can kind of understand that, but you're speaking there to kind of the visceral, you know, feeling of seeing that happen day to day, even as, you know, folks in an office somewhere have it better than everybody.
Right. And I have a few more examples if we have time to throw them out there.
Yeah, go ahead. Give me a couple more.
Okay. There's how we're treated different. There's been two managers that got in a fist fight at work and they kept their job. But if me and Alcaturo got in an argument and threatened each other, one of us is probably going to lose our job. And I've seen several times people that make threats. I mean, we work together a lot of hours, and sometimes we're going to get mad. And we deserve a second chance on most situations. And there was a time where an assistant manager got mad. He grabbed up a wrench and hit a hood. And because the CPA wasn't selling it because of quality issues, he threw the wrench down and walked off, and he got to keep his job. Another manager jumped a turnstile. And recently, one of our people, I think about 3 months ago, he jumped the turnstile and he got fired. So, I mean, we get tired of the being treated different, and it's just not right.
Right. Those are really important examples, and you know, why it's important to have a real defined process for things like discipline and termination and stuff like that. I mean, it's really important. Before we talk some more about some of the latest stuff, some of the stuff about negotiations. Chris, we spoke last week, and I know that politically you kind of conceive of yourself as more of a conservative type person. We've had conservative unionists on our program several times over the years, but there are still people out there who conceive of conservatism politically as being something that's kind of diametrically opposed to being a union supporter, to the cause of unionism. Why do you not see a conflict in, kind of where you are politically and being somebody that is not only kind of passively supportive of unions, not somebody that's like, I'm happy for them that they have a union, or even that you voted for a union yourself. You are on the volunteer organizing committee. You are one of the people making the union happen at Volkswagen in Chattanooga. And so why do you not see that as conflicting with being, kind of a conservative?
It doesn't have to be that way. See, this is the Bible. This is the Bible Belt. Our morals and beliefs are a little bit different than they are up north. We grow up doing things differently. Like, we believe that abortion, most of us say abortion is killing babies, and it's wrong. And for a long time, unions had very liberal people as the mouthpiece. And we didn't want to be associated. Like, some of the stuff on your show I don't agree with. But we can agree to disagree, and we can agree that unions are very helpful to all workers, conservative and liberal workers. It can help both of us. Say, during the last administration, the economy and inflation has got a lot worse, and a lot of conservatives have gained a lot more knowledge about the unions. Like, when I was going around telling people, and it's also something I had trouble with, I don't want my dues going to the Democrat side. I don't really want that. And we can sign a paper and say that we don't want our dues going toward politics at all. And each local has control. A lot of people at work think that UAW is Sean Fain and Chuck Bryan, and they come down here and tell us everything we have to do. They don't understand that our local votes on stuff. Like our previous try getting a union, we voted that we wanted to have prayer before our meetings. And, we have a lot of freedom. And we don't have to do everything that Chuck Browning and Sean Fain. If we disagree with them, we don't have to do everything they say. So now that a lot more people are learning that in the South that we're different, and I believe that our leadership in the UAW is learning that we're different. And if they try to organize down here, we kind of need to treat us a little different and talk to us different. I think things will get a whole lot better, and conservatives and liberals can come together as far as helping our workplaces be a better place.
Can I jump in on this?
Yes, please do.
Born and raised in Seattle, and we all know the West Coast is very liberal. My whole family is very progressive left. But for me, I don't think politics belong in workers' rights. I have conservative values, maybe not as strong as Chris, but that's not going to stop me from fighting for what's right. The moral values that I see down here are a lot different than in the West Coast. And the people treat each other right down here. And that's very, very hard to see back home. It's but I'm very happy that I got to come down here and be a part of this culture, because it's a lot better. The things they wanted to teach my child in school was horrible. I mean, that critical race theory, transitioning kids without our permission. That to me was off the chain. And then the straw that broke the camel's back that had us move down here was my daughter was going to be in 4th grade, and they had sex ed from K through 12. And in 4th grade, they were going to teach about inappropriate touching, which I'm all for that. But then also self-touching. To me, those kind of liberal views don't belong. That's perversion. So, that's where I stand, why I'm conservative. And I feel that my views in that manner have no meaning with what we're doing at Volkswagen. I think the programs, the DEI programs that are at Volkswagen, I think they're harmful. I feel it's a violation of the Civil Rights Act. People are getting, promotions not based on their skill set, but their race, their gender, their identity. those kind of things. And I don't think that's right. And I think that's where we need some language in our contracts that are merit-based promotions, not, favoritism promotions, or you hit a couple check boxes that, are in that DEI kind of categories that get you promoted. I see leadership that's not leaders. They don't lead by example. They want to criticize how you do the job when they don't even know how to do the job. It's kind of ridiculous. Promotion should be merit-based.
Yeah, and so, folks can very clearly see there that, there are some of the things that I would disagree. I would disagree with some of the things that you're saying there about, kind of whether or not even some of those things are happening. But I think the important thing, and we'll basically leave it there as far as the politics of it. And the important thing that I wanted to illustrate with that is that, and what one of the things that Chris said about the local autonomy and having prayers in union meetings. Frankly, most union meetings that I have been to have started with a prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance, which, I think there, I think there's even a debate to be had about the appropriateness of that. But, that's just that people get to run their own institutions, and unions are human institutions. And so we get to run these kinds of our unions the way that we want to run them and the way that we see fit. And, and I think that, I wouldn't have as much of a problem with some of the DEI things as maybe you would, Mike, but there is a problem with management institutes, and we've talked about some of the problems with some of these management instituted DEI things, because management instituted stuff is never actually about wanting to see people improve. It's about saving their face and doing the thing that they feel like is going to get them, make them the most money for the least amount of pain or anything like that. And so, if we want to see an attempt to diversify a workforce or make sure particularly that black folks or other folks are not being discriminated against, that is something that is best addressed in a union contract that is actually enforceable and that both sides have agreed to, right? And so going into negotiations now, I played, as we came into this segment, Sean Fain, an address that he gave on the state of negotiations. And it seems like the union is gearing up to begin taking a more aggressive stance against the company. I think for the last year, like he started off with, there's been a hope that Volkswagen, now that y'all have unionized, you have voted in favor of unionization, now that that's happened, there's been a hope that Volkswagen would negotiate in good faith and try to come up to the standards of union automotive manufacturing in the United States, or even union automotive manufacturing in Germany, what they do with employees back in their home country. And it's clear that that's not happening right now. And so what has led to the UAW and you feeling like a more aggressive stance needs to be taken, and why isn't the company willing to negotiate more fairly?
Well, we don't get to sit in on any of the negotiations, so we can't see what the company is actually doing. We get that opportunity this week coming up to be able to be a part of that. For us, I just feel that they're snowballing us, trying to act like they're just one little company, plant in America. We know they make $20 billion last year.
Mm-hmm.
We know they can afford to give us the quality health care that we need. We know that they can pay us the prevailing wage that we deserve. We just don't understand why they're not willing to do that. They gave us no, logical reasoning behind that. In their little videos they send out, they're very vague. They don't say what they're asking us to give up so they can give us what we want. So I'm hoping this week we'll be able to see more of that and get a better understanding. On the floor, we don't get a lot of information except for going up and talking with our organizers.
And so for you two specific, oh yeah, go ahead, Chris.
And like on second shift at our meetings, we agreed to be nice and respectful, and we were doing that. And actually, one time, I felt we were disrespectful to Chris Glover, the old CEO, and I raised my voice to the union people. But those days are over with. Volkswagen has been too dumb and too greedy to understand they're going to have to pay us the UAW standard. I'm talking health insurance and profit sharing. Basically, the way I feel, the Mr. Nice Guy stuff, Mr. Nice Guy has totally just left the building. He's not even on the property anymore.
Right. Yeah. And so for you two specifically, you know, what are some of the most important things that you would like to see in a collective bargaining agreement?
Well, I'd like to see the prevailing wage that our brothers and sisters get, you know, at the big three. I'd also like to see proper health care. I had an incident with my daughter 2 years ago when I first started there. And after all was said and done, our insurance paid $136 and I had to pay $5,500. The bus company I worked for, Community Transit, back home, there was 800 people. Their annual budget was $56 million. We had Blue Cross Blue Shield premium healthcare. I had to pay 5% of the premium, which was $95 a month. I had no co-pays for in-house visits. I had $20 copay for out-of-network. I had a $50 copay for emergency rooms. The most I've ever paid for a prescription through that plan was $1. I mean, Volkswagen can provide that for us. I've been told their executives don't have to pay any premiums for their health care, and it's not even the same plan that we get offered. The best plan they have is $450 a month, and I don't know who can afford to take that out of their monthly income to pay for that kind of stuff. You know, healthy workers with good health care for physical and mental health come to work healthy, and they can perform, and they can do a great job.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't understand why Volkswagen doesn't see that aspect of it. I think a lot of it is just that corporate greed. They want to be able to get that bottom line. They don't care if we're provided for or not. I feel, I mean, just basic business says that the people on the production floor are the assets. The people that work in the spine and the administrative side, excuse me, sorry, are the liabilities. Because what they're performing doesn't make the company profit. The job they do does not make the company any money. It's the stuff we do on.
It's the stuff we do. I think you broke up there, but I think that we got it. And so as we're wrapping up then, how are y'all as the volunteer organizing committee on the shop floor building support for a more aggressive campaign against the company?
Okay, I don't know if he's still here or not. It doesn't show him moving. Basically, as the VOC, after our all-team meetings, we give out all the current UAW information at the meetings. Recently, we've been wearing our UAW shirts at work because the CEO has came down and threatened people about wearing our shirts, and we believe it's violating our NLRB rights. Are you back, Mike? I can't tell if he's back or not.
No, I don't see him.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm trying to get
there
back
he
in.
is. Okay, I won't talk about the NLRB stuff. I'll let you about our shirts. I'll let you talk about that, but I'll finish and let you do that. And we're just basically, as a VOC, letting the people at Volkswagen know that you don't have to be afraid of your supervisors or HR anymore. We have rights, and HR will not intimidate us. Like a couple of weeks ago, we were walking through the plant where when we're not clocked in and we're in a non-work area, we're allowed to have our shirts, we're allowed to have our signs. Well, I held a sign up as I walked by HR, and HR boss, he came out, and I felt like he was trying to intimidate me. And I'm like, hey, I'm not getting paid. You know, you can't tell me what to do when I'm not getting paid and I'm in a non-work area. And we've got to stand up for each other, and that's a lot of the things that we do. And back to the CEO. The CEO, when he told the people on BA6 to take their shirts off, he didn't even have a Volkswagen team wear on. So we're not going to put up with stuff like that anymore. And earlier, Mike was talking about that woman that gives the rundown of the contract from the Volkswagen side. And a lot of us think she's very condescending or better than us, kind of. It's just her tone, the way she talks to us. We're getting tired of that kind of attitude. Hey, Mike, if you can, talk about the NLRB and our rights on our clothing.
Well, according to what I read on their website, is that we are able to wear our union insignia or shirts in the workplace. And it's up to the company to come up with the special circumstances to the NLRB on why that the shirts would be, maybe say, dangerous or detrimental to us in our work area. Our shirts are 100% cotton, our union shirts, which is same as the Volkswagen team wear.
And they're made in America too.
And they said also in their email that it's a security issue because security doesn't know if we're contractors or Volkswagen employees. Well, if I can badge in through the gate, obviously I'm meant to be there for one. And every Wednesday when we walk by them, I make sure to acknowledge them, say hi, hello. They never even question, am I an employee or a contractor? So I feel that their special circumstances are null and void at that point in time. I let our supervisor read that ruling the first day we wore the shirts, just to inform them that, we do have rights. And he still had to do his job, and we respectfully took off our shirts so we weren't viewed as being, gosh darn it, I lost the word, but insubordinate. And we did that the first 2 times, but the last 2 times, they haven't said a word to us about it. Now, I know I was trying to get a bunch more people to start gathering in on this and wearing our shirts so we could show a consistent behavior by the company to violate our rights. And then at that point in time, then we have, a bunch of names and a bunch of incidents on the same, violation that we can file a complaint with the, National Labor Relations Board about them violating our rights. So I think the more we can inform our coworkers that by wearing our shirts and wearing them through the ship, that we can't be intimidated. Chris and I are not going to be intimidated by the company. We come there, we do our job, we do a really good job, we work hard, and I just feel that the company doesn't want to recognize the hard work that we do. So,
right. Chris Dyer, Michael Acaturo, employees at Volkswagen Chattanooga in the finished department in electrical repair, members of the volunteer organizing committee of the UAW. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jacob, for having it.
Yeah, we got plenty more to say. You can have us back.
All right. All right. All right. There we go, folks. That's the latest on Volkswagen Chattanooga. Appreciate them taking their time. We're going to take a break really quick. We'll be right back with Boss Watch. The Laborers International Union of North America, LIUNA Local 366, is proudly recruiting North Alabama local workers to work construction and nuclear plant maintenance. If you're interested, please contact April at our training center to start the process at 256-904-1753. No experience is needed. We offer free training, but you must be able to pass a background check and a drug test. Local hiring that grows our community with good-paying jobs that have benefits is our mission. Live better, work union, Local 366, feel the power. The Valley Labor Report is also supported by the Communication Workers of America. Learn more at cwa-union.org.
Support for this program is provided by the International Association for Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Local Lodge 44 in Decatur, Alabama. Learn more at iamaw44.org.
The Valley Labor Report is also sponsored by the United Automobile, Aerospace, and Agricultural Implement Workers of America, better known as the UAW. They are one of the largest and most diverse unions in North America, with members in virtually every sector of the economy. UAW-represented workplaces range from multinational corporations, small manufacturers, and state and local governments, to colleges and universities, hospitals, and private nonprofit organizations. The UAW has more than 400,000 active members and more than 580,000 retired members in the United States, Canada, and Puerto Rico. You can learn more about the UAW and join at uaw.org. The Valley Labor Report is also sponsored by Labor Notes. Labor Notes is a media and organizing project that has been the voice of union activists who want to put the movement back in the labor movement since 1979. You can learn more about Labor Notes at labornotes.org.
The attorneys at Maples, Tucker, and Jacobs have stood with the working people of Alabama for over 40 years, providing skilled legal representation for your workplace injury claims. When you are injured on the job, it can be a scary time. The attorneys at Maples, Tucker, and Jacobs have the experience to guide you through the process to make sure that you and your family are properly taken care of and your rights are protected. If you need help, call the attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs at 855-617-9333 or visit online at www.mtnj.com. No representation is made that the quality of legal services provided is greater than the quality of legal services provided by other law firms.
Support for this program also comes from the Mid-South Council of Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. Learn more at rwdsu.info.
Union leaders, do you want a powerful website and mobile app built just for your members? The Union Active system, created by Unions America, makes it easy to share news and documents, send alerts, and keep your members engaged anytime, anywhere. Trusted by thousands of unions, Union Active streamlines communication so you can focus on what matters most, your members. With real-time updates, secure messaging, and custom features built for unions, you'll keep your members informed and engaged 24/7. Get Union Active today. Visit unionactive.com to learn more. Union Active, the ultimate website and communication system for unions.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell.
Labor creates all wealth. All wealth should go to labor, and you are listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison, here with my co-host and fellow agitator, Adam Keller. If you have anything to add, you can give us a call or leave us a voicemail. The phone number is 844-899-TVLR. That's 844-899-8857. Really appreciate everybody tuning in. We're about to talk to Tyler Vassar about the arbitration award that's coming up at 11:15. Then we'll take letter carrier calls. We're also going to be talking at 12:30 to a member of the Federal Unionists Network about their response to the latest executive order that's coming up at 12:30. Then we'll take federal worker calls. So yeah, appreciate everybody tuning in. Have 150 folks on YouTube. Go ahead and like the stream, subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. And we're going to jump right into Boss Watch. So under the Trump administration, there continues to be very little enforcement actions from worker safety, etc., organizations like that. But we do have a story from the International Association of Firefighters out of South Carolina. This from them. For years, Charleston firefighters have raised concerns about the safety of their fire stations to department leadership, including at Robert Tackett's home station, Station 9 in Charleston. Robert Tackett is an 11-year veteran of the Charleston Fire Department and Charleston Firefighters Association Local 61 member. Their firefighters have been dealing with ongoing leaks, foul odors, excessive heat, and a growing concern about toxic mold exposures. The frustrations came to a boiling point in July of 2024 when Tackett and his colleagues were being made to sleep in bunk rooms, reaching temperatures of over 90 degrees. Feeling like he had exhausted all of his options, Tackett brought the issue to his union leadership, who contacted the department to address the ongoing issue on his behalf. After the union leader visited the station and heard directly from Tackett and others about the unsafe working conditions, Tackett was informed, according to the lawsuit, that he would be written up for going outside the chain of command on the issue and that he had used, quote, bad judgment by going to the union rather than letting the process play out. 9 days after the visit, Tackett was transferred to a new station, Station 7, where he would have fewer opportunities for overtime work and which lacked an advanced hazmat response team, despite Tackett being the most senior expert on hazmat response while assigned to Station 9. Because of these actions, Tackett has filed a lawsuit in federal court against the city, Fire Chief Dan Curria, and Deputy Fire Chief Forrest Cockcroft, alleging the department violated his constitutional rights after he raised safety concerns about his station. The lawsuit, which was filed in the Charleston Division of the District of South Carolina, claims that the department's retaliation against Tackett violated his First Amendment rights to free speech and union membership and breached his 14th Amendment right to due process. Local 61 had hoped to address the issue through good faith cooperation with the department's leadership, but After the department told the union it didn't even recognize it as a legitimate representative of its members, President John Baker knew they had no other choice but to pursue litigation. You can read more about the case on the International Association of Firefighters website. Like I said, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, this is a news story, is not being as public with its investigations, but there's typically a small news story whenever somebody dies at work. This, happens not irregularly. If somebody dies at work, usually people hear about it, and usually it's covered on the news very quickly. On the Confined Space newsletter set up by Jordan Barab, a former OSHA official, Dylan Chamberlain compiles as many news stories on worker deaths as he can find every week. This week, they found 16 stories, including 8 from the South. A few lowlights are an Oklahoma poultry plant sanitation shift worker who was killed in a plant accident that occurred in the early morning hours of March 18th, according to local news reports. The man, Levigeldo Ramirez, was working the overnight shift at OK Foods in Heavener, Oklahoma, when he fell through grating into an auger while working. Emergency first responders were called to the facility around 3 a.m., and Ramirez was pronounced dead on the scene at 3:24 p.m. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration is investigating, and OK Foods had not responded to requests for comment at the time of writing. A man died Thursday after apparently falling from the 19th floor at a construction site in downtown Atlanta, police said. Atlanta police responded to 327 Mitchell Street at the Centennial Yards development, where they found the man unresponsive. Lanier Bonilla, a 20-year-old construction worker, died after falling from the 19th floor of a high-rise in Atlanta without wearing a safety harness. He was pronounced dead at the scene. No additional details have been shared about the circumstances surrounding the fall, but a spokesperson for the Department of Labor confirmed with 11 Alive that an investigation by the Department of Occupational Safety and Health Administration is underway. And the last low light, a plant worker died in a forklift accident at the Hyundai Battery joint venture Meta site after a forklift apparently struck a worker. Hyundai Motor Group Metaplant America, HMGMA, has confirmed the fatality, writing that around 4:45 p.m. an incident occurred at the Battery joint venture property on the mega site. The initial indication is that a forklift struck a worker, resulting in fatal injuries to the male victim. The incident is under investigation. Monday, Bryan County's deputy coroner identified the victim as 45-year-old Sunbuk Yu. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration has confirmed to WTOC that they are investigating the incident. This death comes after a worker was injured in early March, putting him in the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries, according to a Hyundai spokesperson. A WTOC investigative team uncovered in December that between April 2023 and July 2024, there were at least 53 injuries requiring emergency medical services on the site. 14 of those were described as traumatic injuries in Bryan County EMS records, and there was also a death on the mega site in 2023 when a worker fell 60 feet and died. You can read the rest on the Confined Space newsletter at jordanbarab.com. jordanbarab.com/confined space. This segment of Boss Watch, Union Busters, covering national updates, is sponsored by Labor Lab. Labor Lab is an employer watchdog organization. They are committed to safeguarding the right to organize through unions, collective bargaining, and mutual aid. They do this by combing through reports that Union Busters are required to file with the Department of Labor. Here are the most recent filings. Via 313, a pizza restaurant in Texas hired labor management associates for $325 an hour. Workers won their union, but the employer is rejecting to the results of the election. I'm not seeing any reporting as to why. Heritage Environmental Services in Indiana hired Chuck Ahern for $350 an hour. Copart in Tennessee hired LRI Consulting Services for $425 an hour. That union election petition was withdrawn. Ventura Coastal in California hired Quest Consulting. Union supporters lost that election. Black Cap Coffee in Vermont hired the Vindex Group. Workers won their union anyways. Amazon Chicago node in Illinois hired Road Warrior Productions for nearly $4,000 a day and a total of $180,000. Amazon DCB4 in Massachusetts also hired Road Warrior Productions, but the union-busting firm uploaded the wrong agreement for this filing. And Brattleboro Memorial Hospital in Vermont hired A to Z Labor Relations. Workers won their union in Election A, but challenges are determinative in Election B, so that election hasn't been decided yet. Amazon DLV2 in Nevada also hired Road Warrior Productions for nearly $4,000 a day for a total of $161,000. And Amazon DYY9 in New York hired Road Warrior Productions for nearly $4,000 a day and a total of $88,000. In addition to the recent filings, a few filings have been amended. CRS Labor Relations Solutions added their compensation rate of $2,300 a day for union busting at Sam Will, and Rye Consulting added their compensation rate of $2,000 a day for union busting at LabCorp in Portland. And as we do regularly in this segment, we want to let you know that due to a lack of enforcement, some labor relations consultants may disregard the law and fail to report their activities to the U.S. Department of Labor. Therefore, it is crucial for organizers and workers to report suspected persuader activity to the U.S. Department of Labor's Office of Labor Management Standards, OLMS. It's crucial for organizers and workers to report that persuader activity. You can reach them via email at olms-public@dol.gov, or by contacting your nearest OLMS district office. For assistance, you can contact Labor Lab at contact@laborlab.us. That's going to be it for the first half of the program. We have a lot to get to in the second half of the show. We have a few plugs that we wanted to get to as we are wrapping up here. As always, make sure you go to labornotes.org/events for free and low-cost trainings. You don't want to miss it. Again, labornotes.org/events. On March 31st, they have a steward's workshop on investigating grievances at 6:30 p.m. Central. On April 2nd, Labor Notes will start its April series of Secrets of a Successful Organizer workshops. That's April 2nd at 6:30 p.m. And then the next two Wednesdays on April 9th and 16th. On April 23rd, right after Earth Day, Labor Notes will host a call on steering green transitions. Real solutions to the climate crisis depend on worker know-how. CEOs usually cling to their dirty profits or try to cash in on green technology to bust our unions and degrade our jobs. In this online workshop from Labor Notes, you'll hear from rank-and-file workers who organized collective action for better jobs and a livable climate. Again, that's April 23rd at 7 p.m. Central. You can go ahead and save the date for May 31st. And you can go ahead and save the date for May 31st for the New Orleans Troublemakers School. Alabama Arise, a statewide nonprofit coalition fighting for better policies for poor and working folks, put out a lot of information to help you follow Alabama legislation. You can follow them at alarise.org, and you can also join as a member if you haven't already. On Saturday, April 5th, is the Hands Off National Day of Action to stand up against those who believe that they can take away whatever they want, our democracy, our future, or our rights. There are a lot of orgs supporting that, including federal unions who are fighting back against their rights being taken away. So lots of stuff to get to in the second half of the show, particularly the Arbitration Award. We'll be talking to Tyler Vassar about that. We'll be taking your calls, and then at 12:30 we will be talking to somebody from the Federal Unionists Network. Appreciate everybody tuning in. And if you don't, you can find us online, Facebook and YouTube, if you're listening to us on the radio, to continue listening to the program. Otherwise, we'll see you next week. All right, we're off the radio now. Appreciate everybody staying tuned. We're going to go ahead and take a break, and then we'll jump into overtime.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell.
All right. We're back. Let's see here. Sorry about that. Had to fix a couple of things during the break. All right. This is Overtime, a production of the Valley Labor Report, the largest union talk radio and online news outfit in the southern United States, coming to you from the heart of the Tennessee Valley, the Spice Radio Studios in Huntsville, Alabama. We are run by working people and for working people in the South and all over the country. My name is Jacob Morrison. My co-host here is Adam Keller. We appreciate you spending some time with us. If you'd like to call in, we'll be taking calls around noon Central. The phone number is 844-899-TVLR. That's 844-899-8857. Gus in the chat says, off the radio, time for everybody to call in with swears. That's right. You are, you can swear. This part of the show is on some radio stations, but it is, it's not live, right? So we can bleep it out in post when we send it to those stations. So we got a lot to talk about. We have a recording of a conversation that I did with Tyler Vassar that we're going to be playing at about 11:15. Then we'll take some letter carrier calls. But before that, we wanted to open the program with the story out of Washington. Adam, a farm worker organizer, was detained by ICE last week. Can you talk to us a little bit more about that?
Hey, yeah, happy to do that. I wanted to plug an article by Labor Notes that was really excellent. And just to borrow from the article here, Alfredo Juarez was detained by ICE agents last week in what many believe to be retaliation for his organizing. Juarez was pulled over while driving his wife to work. ICE agents shattered Juarez's window and dragged him out of the vehicle for exercising his right to remain silent, according to his brother. Juarez had helped form an independent farm worker union that emerged out of a 2013 work stoppage by berry workers out in Washington state. He himself began working as a berry picker at 14 and has fought for the rights of farm workers ever since. And of course, this comes amid a context of now numerous legal residents of this country who have been detained by ICE, in some cases already deported by ICE. There was a strong statement by SEIU President April Verrett on the Tufts graduate student who was detained by ICE. We also saw UE speaking out about another incident. And so, this is happening more and more. And in this case, it appears to be directly tied to labor organizing in particular.
Right. It is so gross that we're seeing stuff like this. And again, we're only a couple of months into this administration. We should, the whole deal was ostensibly, right, we're getting out criminals. And supposedly this is to make the lives of working people in the United States better. How does it help working people in the United States if we kick out folks who are organizing farm workers? It doesn't, is the spoiler. It doesn't help us. What it does is it pushes the remaining undocumented folks that are here further underground. It will make them less likely to organize. It will make them more easily exploitable, which is exactly what the bosses that support the Trump administration want to happen, right? They want the undocumented folks to stay here, but they don't like them being a little too uppity, like this brother has been. Uppity in the sense that he thinks that farm workers ought to be paid more. He thinks that farm workers ought to have some benefits, and he's willing to organize around that. Yeah. We have a right in this country to organize, and that right extends to non-citizens. Non-citizens explicitly have a right to organize a union, and you should not be, and it is illegal to retaliate against them for that. But of course, this administration doesn't care about the law. They care about enforcing hierarchy and supporting bosses. That's all that this move does. I don't know if you were about to say something. Adam.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that when it happened, local unions and immigrant justice activists did spring into action. The president of UFCW Local 3000, Faye Gunter, was there and encouraged members to get involved because, again, they see this as directly related to this direct retaliation for organizing. And as you said, bosses and politicians don't mind undocumented or, in this case, legal residents here in this country to do work, but they don't want folks to exercise their rights, and it's a real shame. And I wanted to mention that there are some things that folks are encouraged to do. The Washington State Labor Council is sponsoring an emergency rally at the Northwest Detention Center in Tacoma, Washington, where both Juarez and SEIU Local 925 member Lewin Dixon are being held. And so that is happening. Let's see, that actually already happened just this past week. And then they are calling for phone calls to political decision makers, including the Washington Attorney General's office, the Washington State Governor's office, the congressional representative for the district, Rick Larson, as well as both senators, Patty Murray and Maria Cantwell. And the community-to-community development is collecting contributions for LELO's Legal Defense Fund. So, again, I do want to recommend folks check out the Labor Notes article. Great work getting that information out there and pointing people to ways they can get involved and help. It's really essential that we have each other's back in this time. And so I appreciate the unions who are getting involved and showing that an injury to one really is an injury to all.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I really do. It's such important work to defend this brother, and we're going to be the worse for it if the Trump administration succeeds in getting him deported. Significantly the worse for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to look at this case of the Tufts University student as well, because like I said, SEIU has spoken out against this. And I just want to read from their statement because I really appreciated what they did here. Ramasaya Ozturk, and I apologize if I mispronounce her name, a graduate student at Tufts University and also a member of SEIU Local 509, was snatched by masked federal immigration authorities on Tuesday night on her way to Ramadan services. Her arrest, with no charges filed, is yet another chilling example of this administration's efforts to use immigration actions to target and silence people merely for criticizing U.S. policy in the Middle East. Ozturk from Turkey had a valid student visa, and her lawyer has no idea where she has been taken or why, though she had recently co-authored an op-ed in the student newspaper in support of the people of Palestine. This is about the freedom we all have to speak our minds without fear of government attacks. The First Amendment is being burned before our very eyes by an administration that has shown that it is willing to do whatever it takes to carry out its extremist agenda. In recent weeks, the administration has threatened university funding and arrested foreign graduate students with little or no explanation. We will not forget Mahmoud Khalil, a graduate student activist from Columbia University, Badar Khan Suri, a professor and postdoctoral scholar on religion and peace studies from Georgetown University, Rasha Alawe, an assistant professor of medicine and kidney transplant specialist from Brown University, and others whose names we don't yet know. America's role as a beacon of freedom and human rights is being extinguished, and our leading universities are rapidly becoming graveyards for free speech rights, with students and faculty living in fear. As a union representing workers across higher education, including faculty, graduate workers, and administrative staff, we call upon university officials, elected leaders, and the courts to stand together to defend the rights of students and faculty. We demand that this administration respect due process, transparency, free speech, and basic decency when it wields its vast immigration powers.
Yep. All right, so there you go. Do what you can to fight back against that, especially if you're in the Pacific Northwest. Let's go ahead and play this interview from Tyler Vassar. Again, this interview was recorded last night, so he's not going to be able to respond to your comments in real time, unfortunately. But we will take calls after this. It's about a 45-minute long interview. So here's Tyler Vassar. Tyler Vassar is a member and steward of the National Association of Letter Carriers Branch 9 in Minneapolis, Minnesota, as well as the coordinating committee chair for Build a Fighting NALC, the reform caucus within the National Association of Letter Carriers. He is also our next guest on the Valley Labor Report. Tyler, welcome to the program.
Hi, Jacob. It's good to be here.
Great to have you back. Really appreciate your time. Obviously, lots of federal union news, certainly not least of which is the news about the arbitration award from arbitrator Nolan between the Letter Carriers Union and the Postal Service. We're going to talk about that, and we're going to try to break down the arbitration award. But before we do that, only basically a few hours prior, it was a couple of days prior to the award coming out, there was a lot of rallies across the country, including here in Alabama, in Montgomery, on March 23rd, where letter carriers across the country were coming out and doing rallies, in particular around the idea of fighting privatization and fighting kind of the Dojification of the Postal Service. From your point of view, can you talk to us about those rallies and how you feel like what came out of those rallies?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of positive and negative aspects to these rallies that happened. But before I get into all of that, I just want to start with saying this was, as far as I can tell, I've been at the post office since 2018. This is definitely the biggest mobilization, nationally coordinated mobilization of NALC members since I've been a member of NALC and working at the post office as a letter carrier since 2018. But from what I've been able to sort of research a little bit, to me, I think this is the biggest mobilization of NALC members in a nationally coordinated way that's happened in over a decade since the fight to preserve the six-day delivery campaign, which happened, I think, in 2013 when I was still in high school. And it was over 200 rallies across the entire country. As from what I could find from pictures, dozens of those rallies, many of those were a couple dozen people standing alongside a busy road with signs. Maybe they had a speaker, maybe they didn't, but they just got honks from people. That's good for what it is. But dozens of those rallies, based on the photos that I saw, had hundreds of people, anywhere from 100 to in Minneapolis. In Minneapolis and St. Paul, we had our rally at the state capitol. We had about 500. I saw, 300, 400, 500 out in Los Angeles, a couple hundred out in Seattle, Portland, Chicago had a couple hundred, and a number of other places. I won't just say the whole list. So that is, while we would like to have, obviously, thousands of members out and community supporters out for this sort of thing, the fact that we haven't had a mobilization like this or an organization like this in over a decade, this is a small but a very important step forward. And I'll just say, I think there was a big missed opportunity from the national leadership to not just talk about privatization and fighting privatization, but also to link that fight to the fight for a strong contract. Now, because you can't talk about, we had a BFN Zoom meeting the week before the March 23rd rallies, and you can't just talk about saving the post office. A lot of people reported at the BFN Zoom meeting, when some coworkers saying, well, what could be so bad about privatization? It's currently such a bad place to work in many places, low wages, getting overworked, mandatory overtime, harassment from management, all these sorts of things. And so what BFN argued was that we should absolutely fight against privatization, but we also need to fight for the kind of postal service that works both for postal workers and the communities that we serve. And so that was obviously a big missed opportunity from leadership, but it was also a missed opportunity, I think, on the part of the broader reform movement. And, I think this isn't just to lob some pot shots. This is to, I think, be honest. There's not just BFN, but there's a couple of reform slates running for leadership, CLC and Cariff, Mike Cariff. And I think we need to be able to have discussions and debates about the right way forward within the reform movement in order to, just like within the union, we have to be able to debate these things. And I think it was a missed opportunity. As far as I could see, both CLC and CARIF did not release a single statement or really help push forward the ideas that BFN was arguing for about we should build these March 23rd rallies, and we should link the fight against privatization to the fight for a strong contract. Instead, I think there were CLC members and supporters of CARIF who participated in these rallies, but it wasn't done in a coordinated way. And if the entire reform movement had come out with this messaging, not just BFN, but the entire reform movement, we would have been able to, I think, really counter the messaging that leadership was pushing, which they were saying, don't talk about the contract, only talk about privatization, which then led, it just, it gave all this space to Renfro to have all these rallies and try to, rectify his image. But it also meant that there's a whole layer of workers who think that privatization's a hoax, that this was just done by Renfro in order to, push through expedited arbitration. And I understand, and I might disagree with it, but I understand a rank and filer thinking that the goal of, the role of leadership of the reform movement in this moment is to push back on that and try to connect these ideas for workers. Obviously there's lots of positives, lots of negatives. It's clear Renfro did use this to try to posture in arbitration for a better position. Oh, look how good we can be to help you fight privatization. But that can be true at the same time that it was important to build these March 23rd rallies, if that makes sense. And I think a lot of people, I know I'm talking to a lot of BFN members over the last week who organized and played a big role organizing these rallies in their area. They got a lot out of this. Got a lot out of the experience of not just the logistical stuff of organizing a rally, but also to see that our ideas are popular amongst the letter carriers, amongst the broader labor movement, amongst public support. And I think these sorts of public actions, even something as small as a rally, can be really important for members of the union because it can show them that the union is more than just grievances. The union is a force that can be out in the streets, that can be fighting for these big ideas. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. I've been monologuing here for a minute.
I do. I have a lot of thoughts on that. And that's interesting that, so you're saying, that there was explicit direction from leadership to not discuss the contract during these rallies.
Yes. Yeah. They were explicitly saying, do not talk about the contract. You can't bring up two ideas as if they are not connected.
Wow. Right. That is wild. That is honestly a little bit shocking. It is not surprising that, they would want the focus to be on privatization. And I want to talk about you. I want to talk to you later on in our conversation actually about that idea, because I've been sitting and thinking and despairing and but about the idea of is it actually, is it the more strategic thing? And like you said, the debates, like let's have the debate. Let's talk about it. And I want to do that. But I've had the thought, is it the more strategic thing at this point? The award has come down to put it behind to put that behind us, look towards 2026 and fight privatization and build a strong union for a strong contract in 2026. Is that actually the more strategic move? And I think, and I just want to foot stomp on the idea about having debates, because this is something that we've been seeing. I've been seeing some willingness to engage in debates from some of left labor in outlets like Jacobin and in These Times and Labor Notes, but there is a very, very big aversion to the idea of debating in public and airing our dirty laundry and talking about disagreements on strategy. And that has really been a historic problem, I think, with the labor movement, is that historically, even as the labor movement seeks to be the democratic voice of working people in this country and in the world, we are very, very thin-skinned when it comes to public criticism of of the strategies of the institutions. Right now, I, as a unionist and as a union leader to a certain extent, and as a union, media type person, I am thin-skinned when it comes to criticisms of unions as institutions. Right, and I can get very kind of belligerent about stuff like that. But I do think that that many leaders take criticisms of strategy as criticisms of the institution. If you disagree about the union strategy, you are undermining the union. And I do think that it's really important that we get away from that culture because I think it's bad. I think it is bad. So I don't know if you have anything else to say about just the value of debating these kinds of strategies in public.
Yeah, for sure. I think that comes from the labor movement took a serious, so it has been in serious decline for decades. We're just now really, we're not starting from zero, but we're starting from very, very close to zero in terms of rebuilding the traditions of struggle, the traditions of debate.
Not zero, but literally the lowest union density in the history of the country since we've been taking the numbers. So it's not literally zero, but it's as close as we've ever been, right?
Exactly. And so as we rebuild a fighting labor movement, as we rebuild that union density, as we organize Amazon and Walmart and FedEx and all these massive companies, part of that will have to be rebuilding those traditions that led to the strength in the building of the labor movement in the past, which was lots of debates. And that's not debates just because we're a talk shop. Of course, we can't just be a talk shop, but we have to be able to disagree with each other. Think about it. Unions, take the letter carriers union. We have members in every single community in this country. We have people who voted for Trump. We have people who voted for Harris. We have people who voted for a Green Party. We have people who didn't vote. We have people who, all different religions and ethnicities and life experiences. Of course, it's natural that there's going to be a discussion and debate about what the best way forward for the union is. It's healthy, especially if it's structured. And so I think that's just another part of rebuilding the traditions that we're in. And just to talk about that for a second, in terms of, not to get too far off topic, but to get back to what you said about, you were asking if leadership actually had come out and told people only to talk about the contract. Yes, they did. And in fact, there was
only to talk about
a business agent on the just about privatization. There was a business agent on the East Coast that told the BFN chapter in Boston that said, if you bring up the right to strike, which is a legally protected thing, you can advocate for the right to strike. That's a First Amendment protected speech. There's court cases in 1969. NALC brought USPS to court, and proved that we have the right to advocate for the right to strike. The business agent out there told them, if you bring up the right to strike in your speeches, that you will be fired, handcuffed, and brought to jail first thing Monday morning. That's what they were told, and they were under a lot of pressure, and so they didn't bring it up at their rally, and that's not their fault. They were under a lot of pressure. You got to deal with a lot of things. Concessions need to be given every once in a while, but this is just to show how far I think sections of the national leadership are willing to go in order to try to clamp down on not just talking about the contract, but these broader issues that BFN is kind of forcing into the conversation within the union.
And so make the case now. Why is the contract connected to privatization? Why should, at the March 23rd rallies, why should NALC leaders across the country have been talking about the problems with the contract? And you could even do it in a way that is not critical, at least explicitly, of the leadership. You could say, and be true, and it still be true, that whose fault is it ultimately that the contract is not good? Well, it's management, right? Because of even to the extent that we're critical of Renfro or the NALC, if management had come to the table and said, yeah, you know what, y'all haven't gotten real raises, let's do the same thing that UPS did. Not even necessarily bring you up to the UPS scale, but give you the same percentage raises that UPS got. We'll do that. Renfro wouldn't have said no, obviously, right? And so it is management's fault. Why couldn't you attack management over the contract at these rallies? Or why should you have? Why should you have been able to do that? Why is that important?
Yeah. I mean, so ultimately, the conversation that was dominated our BFN Zoom meeting the week before the March 23rd rallies, that we had kind of to prepare our people, go into these rallies, this is what we want to get out of them. This is our, bring our material, identify BFN, people there who are interested and want to help you build chapters in your area, all that stuff. Like I said before, that lots of reports we were getting from people is that, BFN supporters or members at my station, some people are saying, well, why would I fight to defend the Postal Service if the Postal Service's management doesn't, is forcing through this contract or pushing for these ideas that, contribute to the wages being so low and the working conditions being so bad in so many places. And so you have to, in order to cut across that, you have to link the two ideas. We need to fight, like I said, we need to fight against the privatization of the Postal Service, but we also need to fight for the kind of Postal Service that we need that will actually work for the postal workers, the communities that we serve, for the long-term stability of the workforce, and for the service as a whole. I mean, you just can't talk about one without the other. I mean, it was absurd to me. I would try to go, I speak at the stand-up talks at my station in the morning. It would have been absurd to me to encourage people come out and mobilize to this rally, but then ignore the number one question on the minds of so many postal workers next to potential privatization, which is the contract. We haven't had a contract since May of 2023. Negotiations started February of 2023. And so it's just, I mean, just from that alone, it would be ridiculous to go into these stations and say, no, we can't talk about the contract, even though we still don't have one. But ultimately, I think, in the Minnesota rally, for example, at the Minnesota State Capitol, which was not just Branch 9, but it was Branch 28 St. Paul, Branch 2942 in Hopkins in the western suburbs, and Branch 440 in Rochester, all co-organized this rally. We brought up, first thing in my speech, linking the two ideas, and guess what? People loved it. And I think it's not a surprise that our rally, I think from what I saw, was one of the biggest, if not the biggest rally across the country, because we were linking these two ideas, and it just puts the union on a stronger footing. Ultimately, I think that NALC President Brian Renfro didn't want us to talk about the contract, because ultimately I think he was using these rallies as a sort of for leverage within arbitration to say, look, we're acting in good faith, we're helping you fight against privatization, and and that's why they didn't want to have members bring up the contract within the rally as well. Also, I just think maybe as we're rebuilding these traditions, a lot of our leadership don't know the basics of organizing a union, organizing a campaign, organizing a fight back. And so some people were using this argument in bad faith, but some probably believed it, that hey, you can't talk about two things at once. No one will know what we're saying, even though it's very easy to link the two ideas. So some combination, some of those things, or some combination of them. It's probably what it comes from.
And so let's talk about the contract. Folks know, and also just to say it explicitly, I what we do, the way that our show is run programmatically is that we are live once a week, right? So we are live on Saturday mornings, and then we clip the stuff throughout the week. And so I think there are some people that only see our clips, and they were super confused that we weren't putting out videos about the arbitration immediately when it happened. And it's well, look, I mean, I have a job. This is not my full-time job. I have a job. Adam has a job. Everybody else has a job that does this program. So we were not able to do that, but now we're doing it. So the arbitration award came out last week from Nolan. What was in it?
Yeah, so I'm hoping that I'm sure you'll get some call-ins from people who have gone really line by line and painstakingly gone through it. Thank God there's people out there that can do that, because that's not my necessarily my strength, but I did read the general outline. It's essentially identical to the tentative agreement that we overwhelmingly rejected as NALC members by an over 2-to-1 margin a couple months ago. It's essentially the same thing. To put it that way, rather than the general wage increase of 1.3%, 1.3%, 1.3% over the 3-year life of the contract, it's 1.3, 1.4, and 1.5. So if that's not a slap in the face, I don't know what is. It amounts to a few cents extra an hour for the general wage increases. It's not super clear to me, but from what I've seen, it sounds like all of the work rule changes that were in the tentative agreement that we rejected overwhelmingly were in this arbitration award. And so the biggest things, there's lots of things to go through, but the biggest things to me are some of the mechanisms that are in there in order to speed up our work, push more work on fewer workers as of their way of trying to cut costs. And so one of the biggest things is like 1 hour office time, which is like, you only get 1 hour to organize your mail and route in the morning and load up your truck and get out to your route. What that means is that they want to make the routes longer. They want you to have less time in the office and be out on the routes longer, which means you're in the elements longer, you're walking longer, it's more wear and tear on the body. But that's one of the biggest ones. I can tell you, only on the lightest days possible is it possible for me to get out of organize my route and get out in an hour. And so the fact, if it's true that is in this agreement, I mean, that is a huge give back and a huge concession. Ultimately, this contract is this arbitration award is a huge slap in the face to letter carriers. And it doesn't matter that it was an expedited arbitration process because of the fears of privatization and wanting to get it done quickly. It's clear that NALC, that Renfro went in there and they didn't actually have an arbitration case. They went in there with already with an agreement with management saying, this is what we want the arbitration decision to be, because it took a week. Is that right? It started on Monday and they had the decision by Friday. They released the decision on the next Monday morning. And so, I mean, it's a huge slap in the face to letter carriers. And
So why do you think Nolan did not move more towards the union position? Because it really does seem to me that it's just not, even from a business case, defensible. Just the salary and the pay scale in and of itself. It does not seem to me to be defensible from a business case. If you want the Postal Service to succeed, you need to pay people well. You need to have a job where you don't hear any stories about people being homeless. That's kind of like a bare minimum sort of thing. We don't want homeless people, or we don't want folks working this job ending up without a home, right? That should not be. For the business case of the Postal Service, we want the Postal Service to succeed. And so why do you think that Nolan did not move any further towards where the members obviously were?
I mean, ultimately, your guess is as good as mine, but ultimately I think it was because they went into the arbitration, both management and union, hand in hand, saying, our union leadership, Renfro in particular, hand in hand saying, this is what we want the contract to be. Let's get this handled. Let's get this settled right away. I think that is ultimately what it comes down to. But there's a couple other things. I mean, over the last 6 months, Renfro was using essentially management talking points that was shooting us in the foot before arbitration even started, saying, when he was trying to sell the tentative agreement, saying, look at all the money the Postal Service is losing. This is as best as we can do. The money needs to come from somewhere. And so, using all these sorts of management talking points. And so that played a role. I think in general, it's the general pressure of the moment under Trump of the precarious footing for unions, the precarious sort of position that collective bargaining as a whole is under, and the attacks on collective bargaining from the Trump-Musk administration. I mean, that guy's basically the vice president at this point. But I think all of these things kind of combined, that general pressure of the moment, I think, made the arbitrator probably more likely to say, yeah, let's get this handled. Let's get this settled right away. Who cares about the members of the union?
Right.
It's my take, at least.
And so, I think you already said it basically, but the BFN position on, is this better, worse, or the same as the TA? The BFN position is that it's basically the same. Your position is that it's basically the same as the TA.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many differences between this and the TA that we've voted down as members of NALC.
Right. And so how are folks reacting to this? From what I've seen, the reaction, and maybe it's just because some other news has come out so quickly after that, and that has kind of taken over in my feed. But it does seem to me that the reaction to this was a little bit more muted than the reaction to the TA announcement. Is that correct in your view? And if not, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I think it's based on conversations I've had over the last week. It kind of is a little, it's a little different everywhere. I had reports from people from stations in Southern California where there was immense anger. Now, this is also an area where the union is not very strong, not very proactive. It's also a high cost of living place. In Branch 9, at my station in particular, obviously there's anger everywhere, but there's also, to be honest with you, a mix of relief isn't exactly the right word, but like this has been going on for years. There's a little bit of like, okay, maybe we got what we could out of this one, and let's prepare for 2026. I mean, negotiations, the contract expires at the end of 2026. So which means, negotiations for that contract are going to start in the next 6 months, 8 months, yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah. And so I think there's a little bit of, it's a mixture of anger. There's also a little bit of resignation. Yep. See, this is what always happens. Some people have lived there and worked their entire career as letter carriers, as members of NALC, and have come to expect something like this. You're never going to get a good contract. It's always going to be just something like this. I told you so, or something like that. And some relief. Okay, thank God. Let me just get my back pay. Let's fight for more next time. Some version of all of those, but I think the anger is there, mixed with some just relief. Let me get my back pay, all the money that I was owed over the last 2 years. That sort of thing.
And I've seen some kind of reactions online that were kind of surprising to me, like from the people who wanted to, who thought that the members should have voted yes, which were, like a super minority among the people in the union, but sort of a "I told you so" attitude from the people who voted yes. How much of that are you seeing, and what would your reaction be to folks who voted yes and have this sort of "I told you so" attitude, as if you didn't at least get you stayed the same. It's not like things got any worse, and you got like a few more cents on the back end. So I was kind of confused by that.
Yeah, again, the internet is both a wonderful thing and also a horrifying, terrible thing. And everything that goes on, we have to remind ourselves this is a super minority of the general membership who is participating in these discussions online. And even then, the way the algorithm works and the way that we've been kind of conditioned with social media is that I think the people who are likely to say the most inflammatory things are the ones that are most likely to comment, and you're most likely to see their comments. So all of these things, we have to constantly remind ourselves of this. Like, of course, we should utilize social media, but we should take everything with a bit of a grain of salt. That's just the sort of caveat. But main thing is for a lot of these workers, again, you could have worked at the post office for 30 years. You could have started the post office and retired and not seen the union really ever put up a major fight. Never win a massive raise in contracts, just kind of always getting something similar to what we got both in the TA and then ultimately the arbitration award. And so this is their lived experience. They think that, I told you so. That's my experience, that this is what I've seen happen in the past, and this is what I told you was going to happen. So, okay, I think they're wrong, but that's what they've experienced. That being said, there's a real question of, was the no vote worth it? We just, if everything was just delayed by a few months and we got basically the same thing, I would say yes, it was worth it. NALC members got organized collectively, even if the starting point is so low that even if it was just group photos and parking lot rallies and meetings and passing no vote resolutions and all these sorts of things, that was still a major step forward, that we got organized through collective action to overwhelmingly reject a sellout deal and say, no, we're worth more, we deserve more, we're going to fight for more, we're going to force you to fight for more. And that's invaluable experience that will pay off in the future battles in NALC and the NALC members participate in. That sort of basic collective organizing. For that alone, it was worth it. But also, it was an overwhelming, resounding rejection of Renfro and his approach, and the approach that NALC leadership has been taking for decades about not really fighting and just putting forward these sorts of piecemeal contract after piecemeal contract. And so this showed, I mean, I think personally it showed in 2026, Renfro's toast. He's not going to win that election. And this was just the opening shots in that battle. But really, I think it was worth it because of the rejection of that poor business union approach that NALC has taken for far too long, and that collective organizing experience that hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of NALC members, if not thousands, either organized themselves or participated in.
And so now, what are the next steps for Build a Fighting NALC and the NALC reform movement generally, with respect to the contract or arbitration, or is it time to kind of cut your losses, plant the flag, move forward? How are y'all thinking about this?
Yeah, so I mean, that's with binding arbitration, that the contract is settled. The contract was imposed on us by arbitration, by that what clearly was a deal between Renfro and NALC leadership and management, and then the arbitrator putting a stamp on it. So the contract is settled. BFN has come out. Our coordinating committee met last night. We put a statement up. It would be wonderful if you could share it in the description, and we'll be sending it out and encouraging people to read it. BFN, the coordinating committee has come out, the national leadership of BFN has come out and said, we are firmly opposed to binding arbitration and around the contract. We're opposed to any process that does not give workers, does not give union members the final say, the final vote on our contract. We're opposed to anything where we don't get the vote, get the final vote on the contract. And so binding arbitration was ultimately a concession that we gave after the 1970 postal wildcat strike, that we were given collective bargaining and binding arbitration, and they said that's why you don't need the right to strike. So BFN is saying this is why we need the right to strike. This whole sham process shows why any other union that had the right to strike in that moment would have voted down that sellout deal and prepared to organize a strike to fight for more. So that's where BFN's at in terms of all of that. But ultimately, we obviously are prepared to try to move into action if there's any attempt to move towards privatization or to outright privatize the Postal Service. But this is really a moment where BFN, we've been in basically an all-out sprint for the last 6 to 8 months, going into the NALC convention, coming out of the convention, organizing October 14th rallies, the no vote campaign, the March 23rd rallies. We've had very little breathing room. We've had meetings in between, but now is the time to consolidate our gains. We've got chapters starting or in the process of starting in around a dozen places, with many more people interested but not sure where to start. We want to consolidate on our gains over the last 6 months to a year. And ultimately, our structures need to catch up to where we're at as a reform caucus politically, our basis, our foundation. And I think we made the right choice. We had to say we need to build a firm foundation. What do we stand for? What are we opposed to? What do we stand for? And how do we want to fight for that? And now is the time that our structures need to catch up to that. And so we're moving towards, professionalizing more our social media, officially filing to as a 501c3 or something like that, so that we can open up a bank account and start to get finances to pay for the things that we're doing, like the Zoom meetings and picket signs and whatever else. Right now, we just fundraise as we need it. And to professionalize some of our work, to do more education, to read books like Undelivered by Philip Rubio, to learn the history of our union, read books like No Shortcuts by Jane McAlevey, and really draw out these lessons that we experienced firsthand as members of this caucus over the last 6 months to a year, and then really now study them and build up our structures more and move towards a real founding convention for the caucus. Unfortunately, we'll have to be on Zoom this first time around, but we're planning on doing one in person for our second convention, but really do a founding convention where we can officially vote on the national leadership, vote on our program, and vote on a priorities document about what do we want to get done in the next 6 months to a year, and really start the campaign, launch the campaign to start the fight for the right to strike. As we head towards the 2026 convention, where I can imagine there'll be a showdown or two on the convention floor over some resolutions on the right to strike and a number of other Democratic internal reforms that we're looking towards.
And so what do you say to folks who, in good faith are concerned about that this might cause division within the union at a time where, where we are probably going to see a real all-out assault on the institution of the Postal Service, just like we are seeing an all-out assault on the rights of other federal employees to unionize. I was talking to somebody that I do believe is very good faith in his concerns about the idea that standing internal caucuses, et cetera, these types of things are a scary, a concerning prospect for the health of the union. What is your response to that?
I would say now is the exact time for such an internal campaign and discussion and debate within the union. This is the exact moment where rather than the small numbers, the active minority of union members who participate in the union, this is the time when we can really grab the attention of a much larger layer of union members because they're seeing the attacks that are happening to other federal workers and federal agencies and the labor movement as a whole. And if we sit down and do nothing, well, then they'll say, okay, what's the point of this whole thing? What's the point of getting involved? But if we can show them, yeah, these are the attacks that are happening, this is how we respond to it. We need to fight for the right to strike. We need to firmly oppose any attempt at privatization. And again, now is the exact moment for that sort of action. Internal caucuses, internal organization. We're not trying to supplant the union. We are members of NALC who want to transform our union, who want to reform our national union. And that takes ideas, that takes a program, and that takes getting organized around those ideas and that program. That's what a caucus is. That's what an internal caucus within a union is. Our own union has a history of this. Coming out of the 1970s strike, Vincent Sombrado, the sort of patron saint of NALC, who was a strike leader in New York City, organized the rank and file movement. I've also seen it called the rank and file caucus of the 70s. And they fought over a series of years for internal union reforms, democratic reforms. They fought for one member, one vote, because before it was delegate system. And they fought to get Vince Sombrado elected in 1978. And they took the leadership of the union, and eventually the caucus fell apart. But that is how NALC turned into the fighting union that it was known as for so long. It was because workers got together, members of NALC got together and said, we need to get organized to fight for these ideas and transform our union. So now is the exact time for that. I think obviously we saw just late last night, I made the mistake of looking at my phone right before bed and saw the news of the Trump administration canceling collective bargaining rights for, what was it, like nearly 3/4
1 million workers.
How many?
1 million federal employees, 2/3 of the federal government.
I saw a number that was like 5% of all union workers in the country or something like that. Eric Blanc was putting that in for. I mean, it's horrifying. That shows this is not a drill. Right. This is not a hoax. This is happening. We need to get organized to do so. And it will take movements like BFN, like CLC, like CARIF. Hopefully we can all come together and fight on common issues. It'll take that kind of organizing within the union to really transform it. And I think the thing about the AFGE is I think that Trump sees blood in the water. I think there needs to be they filed lawsuits, and that's great, but that alone, that can be a part of a strategy for fighting back. That can't be the only strategy. And I think honestly, AFGE needs to move towards organizing what will actually push back Trump from these attacks, which is strike action. And that's not something to be taken lightly, but that's what this moment calls for. And I think this is, if we're seeing what's happening with AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees, the Postal Service won't be saved forever by the fact that we are sort of part of the federal government, but our own thing. That will maybe slow it down. We're not just lumped in with the rest of federal workers all the time in these attacks. That might slow us down, but it is coming, and we need to prepare to fight back. And BFN, in my opinion, is exactly what we need in this moment.
Yeah, I think that's a great response to that, and you moved right into my, the last thing that I wanted to talk about, which was this. I mean, I couldn't really sleep last night, honestly. AFGE is my union. I have been a member of AFGE for the better part of a decade. Been a steward of AFGE for a very long time. And I'm very concerned about my sisters and brothers at the place that I used to work, within the 20 or 30 other agencies that my local represents, and the million people across the country who overnight Trump purported to have taken away their rights to unionization. It's very, very concerning. And the postal unions have put out some statements about it. Brian Renfro said we stand in solidarity with AFGE and the national president, Everett Kelly, will fight like hell against this disgusting attack. It's union busting, plain and simple. APWU, Dimmenstein, in his, as he is wont to do, he was a little bit more bombastic about it. I mean, pretty strong words coming from him. This executive order is part of an ongoing assault on all workers and our First Amendment freedom and our First Amendment rights to freedom of speech and association. Make no mistake, postal workers will not be spared from this administration and their billionaire benefactors' war on workers. These dictatorial actions with no respect for the law come right out of Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party's playbook. Shortly after coming to power in 1933, the Nazis launched an assault on the independent trade union movement, dissolving unions, seizing union funds, and beating, imprisoning, and murdering union leaders. So, I mean, very, coming right out with those comparisons. And yeah, it's very concerning, and there needs to be discussions about how we can escalate. I know that we're going to be talking to somebody from the Federal Unionist Network later in the program today. They have a mass call tomorrow where they're going to be talking about a campaign that they're going to have to try to do mass training of organizers across the federal government. And so hopefully we'll be seeing, some of that, expanding capacity among the federal union movement to respond, in escalating ways, and Lord willing, that will bear fruit. Do you have anything else to say? You have any other reactions to the executive order, or before we let you go?
I mean, ultimately, there's a lot to be said, but I'll try to keep it brief here. NALC is a massive union. It covers the entire country. Like I said, we have members in every community in this country. We have a lot of NALC members that voted for Trump, at least, statistically speaking, 50% or close to it. When we need to call a spade a spade. It's the Trump administration that is attacking workers' rights right now, federal workers, and will come after postal workers right now. I don't care if you voted for him. I will not write anyone off forever for someone that they voted for. But we need to, we need you to stand alongside your brothers and sisters in this union in the federal labor movement and fight back against these attacks. It'll ultimately take really coordinated and, strong action from the entire union, the entire federal labor movement to fight back against these things. And some people have said, oh, well, it's not the Postal Service, so I don't care. That shows that we need to rebuild the bonds of solidarity that built the labor movement in the first place. And it's through the process of fighting and through the process of struggle that we will rebuild those things. Unfortunately, it'll take, I think, attacks on the Postal Service directly for, I think, a majority or, of postal workers to actually understand how our fights are connected. But hey, I'm not going to write you off. If it takes you until then to figure that out, that's great. You've come along with us. Let's fight back. Let's get organized. And I just want to encourage people to, once an executive order, BFN is called for, once an executive order is released, that unions can call special meetings outside of their regularly scheduled general membership meetings, can call special meetings to discuss how to fight back against this. And we encourage every branch leader who's listening to or has read our material to call those special meetings when the executive order comes out. And so we can discuss as a union how we want to fight back. And in places where your leadership is not doing that, there is usually some provisions in bylaws that to collect a certain number of signatures in order to call a special meeting. And so we encourage people to do that. And that is the place where we can discuss as a union, as a mass, how to fight back against this stuff. And the last thing I'll say is that BFN is hosting. We're not going to be doing this stuff forever, but as we kind of come out of this the arbitration award to discuss the arbitration award, the March 23rd rallies and everything else, and come out of that period and move into our next phase of building BFN, we'll be hosting a Zoom meeting on Sunday, April 6th at noon Central Time. That's 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, to discuss all these things and sort of launch BFN into the new phase of consolidating on our gains and launching our movement to fight for the right to strike.
Tyler Vassar, member and steward of the National Association of Letter Carriers Branch 9 in Minneapolis, Minnesota, coordinating committee chair for Bill Defining NALC, a reform caucus within the NALC. Tyler, thank you for coming back on the show, and looking forward to talking to you again.
Thanks, Jacob. Thanks for having me.
All right, folks, there you go. That was Tyler Vassar. Appreciate his time last night. Enjoyed the conversation. The phone number is 844-899-TVLR. That is 844-899-8857. We've got a couple of callers on the line, and then but we're going to start with a voicemail that we got from a letter carrier on this subject last week. Let's listen to that voicemail.
Hello. I'm just calling in. I'm a letter carrier. Branch 182 out of Dayton, Ohio. First off, I'd like to just thank you guys you've done for letter carriers and just postal workers in general. I really appreciate that. I know there's hundreds, if not thousands, of other letter carriers that feel the same way. And yeah, I was just calling in to kind of give my opinion on this the new collective bargaining agreement that was just released, that arbitrator Nolan rewarded. I know there's a lot of talk, there's a lot of frustration, and I think most of that frustration doesn't necessarily stem from the fact, necessarily the numbers, the wages and the work rules, which I know a lot of people are upset about, but really due to the fact that the way it was handled. I think if this contract was presented to us, 600, 500 days ago, whatever it may be, and we voted it down and went to arbitration and we got this contract, I feel like the membership wouldn't be as much in an uproar about it. I think the fact that we waited so long really just kind of put a bad taste in all of our mouths, and honestly, y'all do feel screwed over. But yeah, that was just my 2 cents. I appreciate all the work that you guys do, and solidarity. Thank you.
All right, there we go. Yeah, I was thinking about that voicemail as I had listened to it, and I don't know. I don't know necessarily if that's true, because if the TA had come out pretty close to the beginning of bargaining, it actually would have been much more close chronologically to the UPS agreement, and so that that it would have been right on people's minds as opposed to like further in the rearview mirror. So I don't know, but definitely at this point, the length of the negotiations certainly contribute to the anger, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have a caller on the line. This caller from a 424 area code. Caller from a 424 area code. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Oh, good morning. My name is Virgilio Goze, NALC Branch 79, Seattle. Also a coordinating committee member for the Building and Finding NALC. Tyler's basically talked a lot about like what I was going to try and point out, but I appreciate the coverage of the Nolan Award, and the future for actions for the NALC. But I do want to also say that Tyler did touch on this, that we as NALC members and postal workers are still part of the federal workforce. That quote about first they came for the socialists. Well, the first they came for the other federal workers, and we're lucky, or I think we're privileged to say that the 1970 strike resulted in us being under the National Labor Relations Act instead of the Federal Relations, law, that Trump isn't just able to come in and cancel our contracts right away, right? So, we should be standing in solidarity with our fellow federal workers. And that's why the rushed arbitration, the expedited arbitration, I felt was a lost opportunity, because if we were doing a traditional arbitration, three panels, we'd have been able to talk about the contract out there in public and talk about the work we do and why we should be paid. This is why we should connect the contract campaign and the fight back against privatization, is because the public needs to know that, the hard work we do, the service we provide for the public, and we're not taxpayer funded. A lot of misconceptions from the public.
Right.
And it's the same thing for other federal workers, this is a great opportunity. And I feel like, the political opposition to Trump should be talking about federal workers and the hard work that they do, because the public has a huge misconception of the different things that the service and the public servants provide. The public service and federal workers have been demonized since, I don't know, the Reagan administration, that the public just accepts that, all these workers' contracts are gone, and that's why there hasn't been as big of a pushback as there should be, that when 100 million workers just lost their right to collectively bargain. It's sad, but this is a great opportunity for the federal unions to support Federal Unionist network out there, endorse them, because right now, the federal unions are wholly dependent on the Federal Unionist network to do the on-the-ground organizing. They're all focused on just going through litigation, as Tyler said, and there has to be real organizing, like what the NLC did. We should do more of that, days of action to let the public know that, this is not right, that we just get rid of federal contracts that have been bargained for, and hopefully get the public to understand the importance of the public servants in the federal government. Thank you for all the coverage, Jacob.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. And appreciate the solidarity. That's really important during this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Really do appreciate that.
We have another caller on the line. If you want to get where he was, you can call 844-899-TVLR. The phone number is 844-899-8857. This caller from a 312 area code. Caller from a 312 area code, what's on your mind? Or what's your name and where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Cam. I'm from Branch 11. I am a mail carrier, and I'm part of the NALC. And
Kim from Branch 11, thanks for calling in. What's on your mind?
What's on my mind is that I have a different concern other than the contract. My main concern is our safety, to provide a service to the world, actually. We are walking resources. We provide resources to people that is operated, to a society that's operated by ism operated. It's ism operated. I'm sorry if I'm all over the place. I'm a little emotional right now, because it's people who have died to commit to a service for your resource. And I just need people to put a little more respect. And we are honorable. We are sacrificing our life every day to give you what you need. And I don't only advocate it for myself and others. This is for everybody. We have First Amendment, we have 14, we have civil liberties, we have civil rights that overrides this contract. I don't care about this contract. It does not benefit us. Why am I abiding to a contract that do not benefit me as a worker to provide a service for the country. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And
So-
we've been following some of the safety concerns that letter carriers have had for a while, and it's particularly in the South, with the heat deaths and heat strokes and stuff. I mean, it's a real concern. And then
Absolutely.
obviously with the people being attacked, I mean that's just wild. Some of the stuff that's been going on.
And I appreciate your awareness and your commitment to serve a platform, a community service for everyone to speak our minds. And I just wanted to tell you, thank you. Thank you for your services.
Well, Kim,
Thank
I
you for
appreciate it.
everyone's services.
Yeah, Kim, I appreciate it. I really do.
All right.
Yeah, and thanks for the call.
No problem. Thank you.
Yep. That was Kim from Branch 11. Appreciate that, and of course we appreciate very much our letter carriers. We support our boys and girls in blue, those being the postal workers. So, yeah, really appreciate the work that y'all do. It's real important. People don't realize how important the work that the Postal Service does is. We got another caller, 859 area code. This caller from an 859 area code. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Doug. I'm from Winchester, although I work from the Falmouth, Kentucky post office. Just wanted to call in. I'm a custodian. Used to be a CCA out of Lexington, but I moved quite a bit. Now I'm actually not a carrier, but a regular or a custodial regular.
Gotcha.
But
Doug,
I
what's on your mind?
I feel kind of sad that I follow the NALC more closely than some of our regulars do. The regulars don't know anything about it, and it feels like I'm the one that's giving them all of the information. I mean, it's nice that I can give them that information, but it feels like people are out of touch. The CCAs are out of touch. And I mean, I'm generally following this contract, this NALC contract so closely because I know that it's going to affect the APWU contract. It's going to affect the NRLCA contract. And I want those all to be good contracts. And the fact that they kind of got hosed on it kind of sucks.
Yeah.
It's not fair to anybody. But I also feel kind of horrible that there are people out there that believe that we should have just voted yes. This is what we should have gotten. If we would have just voted yes, we could have avoided all of this. And I don't agree at all. I feel like we needed to stand up as city letter carriers, as union members, and say, no, this is not right. You guys need to go to the table. And we got shown by our union leaders that they don't care. They don't care about any of the employees, and we need to vote all of them out as a result. Renfro's a horrible person, should not have been anywhere near that arbitration, but he was, and he played into that fear mongering that's all over the internet. That's basically saying that we should, if we don't vote yes, then this is what's going to happen. Just accept it. And I hate that. I hate it so much. And I wish more people would realize that we should have never voted yes on that. And we definitely should have voted no, like Tyler was saying.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, Doug, I appreciate your call. You said that you were, I'm sorry, you're a regular custodial. So are you in the APWU bargaining unit?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Well, I'm kind of in a similar boat. One time when I was just getting into leadership of the Labor Council, it was kind of around the Sean O'Brien election, and I was talking to the Teamsters local business agent. Obviously, I'm not a Teamster, but I was talking to him about the election, and I was like, oh, it's really interesting. Your local was like the highest vote for Sean O'Brien in the country, and was talking about some of the issues in the election, and he was like, oh, wow, you know more about the election than most of my members. And it was like, well, I'm a little bit of a freak, so this is so. It sounds like
it's sad too. It's sad too because it's like how do I know more about your union than you know about your union?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was a CCA, and as a CCA, I knew all of the problems that were coming about from the agreements, the contracts, what we were dealing with. I mean, I was in a big area in Lexington, Kentucky, and it was miserable. It's hard work, and people don't even realize how hard it is. And some of it, once you get used to it, once you understand it, once you become a regular, it becomes a mundane kind of job where you kind of start to memorize things that are going on, and it just kind of clicks. But I understood that the level of difficulty that it comes when you start as a CCA, and so it made me want to learn about that union. How can I fight back against the problems that I'm having? Why is this person telling me that I can't go out to or I can't load truck my spurs or whatever? Why can't I do these particular things? Why is the supervisor telling me that I can't do these things? When if I look at the contract, I can do that stuff. I have time in the office to get things done, but they're telling me I don't. I have to get out. I have to go. And it made me want to learn more about that. And that's the unfortunate thing is there's people that are just coming to this job that just don't care. They just want a job. They just want to come in and do something. They don't care about the BS that's happening. And they need to be informed. People need to come to them and say, this is what's happening in your union. This is why things are happening. We could all work for something better.
Right.
If we just came together and we voted.
I mean, that's the perennial problem is getting people engaged in their union and, helping them realize that what their union does is important and relevant to them, and they need to be involved, and they can make and by being involved they can make their union stronger, which is going to make their life better. What do you think that is there anything that you think that the NALC or even I'm assuming the APWU, I'm sure that it has similar problems of a lack of participation and stuff. Is there anything that you wish that the union would do to kind of try to foster participation and engagement and stuff?
Well, I mean, I do listen to from Arbitration. I do listen to Corey quite a bit. I agree wholeheartedly with the education. I think our union leaders should be going out and trying to educate people. Ask, go to different locations, even if it's a small one, because he is right in saying that those NBAs, those national business leaders, aren't going to go out to those small offices because they don't give out votes. But you could get some votes out of those places. You could go to those small locations and say, we want to educate you. We want to train you to be better carriers. We want to educate you on the union, on the contract, and even employees, if they have time. And they've been to, I'm from a really small location in Falmouth, Kentucky. But I live in Winchester, which is quite a bit away. But I go back there sometimes and I talk to those carriers and I say to them, hey, do you know what's going on with the contract? Do you know what's going on with this? Hey, this is what happened in the last contract talks. This is what happened in arbitration. This is what we got awarded. And I hope that resonates with them. I know some of them don't vote. Some of them aren't even in the union. And that's another thing that comes up too is why are they pulling out of the union? I hear all the time on the internet, people are pulling out of the union because they're not happy with what happened in this arbitration. Well, you've just given a vote basically to Renfro, giving more votes to him because the people that are fighting, that are upset and they're frustrated are getting out of the union. Well, that's good for him because the people that like him aren't pulling out of the union. They're going to continue to vote for him. So it sucks that you see all these things that are happening and you want to pull out because you're like, yeah, that's going to affect Renfro. That's going to affect his bottom line. But in the end, he's going to keep on winning because people are frustrated and they get out and then they can't vote anymore.
Mm-hmm. Doug, I've got one more question for you, and then we'll get to the next caller. But because you're from APWU, have you heard anything about APWU negotiations? What's the latest on that?
No, I haven't. I figured that the APWU was watching the NALC and was going to basically reciprocate what was going to happen as a result of the arbitration. I figured Diamondstein would eventually come out with something. I'm not happy with that. I feel like there should be more information coming from him and from our union about our talks, but it seems like we've kind of gone in the dark. It doesn't. I heard what you guys said about him talking about the other union and what his thoughts were on that, but I feel like this would be a great chance to show the NALC that we can get a good contract. But it is going to unfortunately affect us by that award, that contract award through arbitration. I don't think that we're going to get anything great. I still think that we'll be higher than the NALC as far as what will be awarded, but I don't think it's going to be anything amazing.
Right. Doug, thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
If you want to get where Doug was, the phone number is 844-899-TVLR. That is 844-899-8857. You can also leave a voicemail at any time throughout the week when we might respond to it on the next program. We have a caller from a 919 area code. 919 area code. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Sunshine, and I'm in Byron, North Carolina.
Sunshine from North Carolina. What's on your mind?
Yes, I am highly disappointed in this contract.
Sunshine, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. You're it sounds like you're kind of far away. I don't know if you have us on speakerphone or anything, but if you could move maybe closer to your phone or see if that helps.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina, and I'm highly disappointed with this contract. I feel like before I started working for USPS, I was working for UPS, and I literally saw the mail carriers out there working, and I admired their job. And I realized that it's not what it looks like from the outside on the inside. We do 3 different jobs. At the location where I work at, we have lots of flats, lots of packages, and we have to sort this mail, and we have to load these packages, and then we have to deliver mail. And I just feel like, the way the contract was done is just, we didn't benefit from it. I just feel like, they should consider the work that we do. Some of us come from a long distance. I live in Garner, I work in Raleigh. Gas prices are high. When we go in the stores, we have to pay a lot for food, and I just don't feel like they considered us with this contract. It's so unfair. And I also feel like the union used this opportunity of us coming together for their own agenda. When they had that, it was set up for the March 23rd on Washington, that would have been the best thing that could have ever happened to us. But they changed it to this fight like ATLL, not for the contract, but for their own agenda. I just feel like instead of even worrying about what the president was saying, they should have focused on the contract, got a little bit more information, thought this thing through, and then went for whatever they wanted to do, but they didn't do that. And I feel like we got the short end of the stick, and it's disappointing.
Sunshine, did you hear did you hear my interview with Tyler Vassar just a second ago?
I didn't hear it all. I got the last part of it.
Okay. Towards the beginning of it, we actually discussed that, and he said that apparently there was like a directive from leadership to not mention the contract in those rallies, which I thought was kind of crazy, because I do think that there's a real threat to the Postal Service from the current administration, and that it's worth kind of saying that explicitly as the union. But there was it sounds like a coordinated attempt to keep folks from talking about the contract at the rallies. So it sounds like you went to the March 23rd rally, and sounds like they followed that instruction. They didn't talk about the contract at that rally.
Well, I didn't go because I had already heard that it wasn't going to be the 23rd no more. It was going to be the 25th. so I didn't go to the rally on Washington. What I was told is that it was going to be about the Fight Like H rally. It wasn't going to be about the contract, which I feel like is sad, because why would you not want to fight? Why wouldn't you want the rally to be about the contract when we're in arbitration?
Right.
That should have been our focus. You know, so I'm just like, I just feel like it's just not fair, it's not right. And I literally had to, because we don't make enough money to live off of, I'm probably going to have to let my insurance go. That's $238 a paycheck. And then I had to take my 10% down to 5% just to bring some money home. And I just feel like, you know, these people in the union, they were carriers. Why can't they remember when they were carriers? It was probably better for them then, but they should look at what's happening now and consider us. I don't feel like they're doing that.
Right. Sunshine from North Carolina, appreciate your call. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thanks. All right. Well, that was our last caller. If anybody else wants to call in, the phone number is 844-899-TVLR. That is 844-899-8857. Adam, do you have any thoughts? I know that you've been kind of quiet, man in the box for us today. And listening to the interview from Tyler, but and the calls, I don't know. What are you kind of thinking, listening to all this?
Yeah, I understand. You know, lots of frustrations are swirling around right now because of the multiple threats. Right, you've got, in the big picture context, you have the threat of privatization and the threat of the Postal Service itself being dismantled and sold for pieces and parts. And then you have this contract, that has taken so long to get, and the results are, you know, I think pretty widely disappointing for a lot of people. And I understand that frustration, and I understand the frustration with, with folks in various forms of leadership, and I get that. And so I just want to encourage people that what you have been doing over these past few weeks in terms of organizing is really the best path, right? It's really important that folks come together and build relationships, build cross-union solidarity. I really enjoyed the fact that there was an APWU member who, you know, is very engaged in this. And and to his point, is it sad that he knows more about it than some of the people in that union? Yeah, and I agree. And you know, you and I have that experience all the time where we're talking to union members, even union leaders sometimes, and we are more well-versed on it. And I get that, you know, it's hard to keep up with everything, but that active participation is where your strength comes from. You can elect the smartest, you know, most brilliant strategist and leader as president, but if they don't have the backup of membership, if they don't have an active, engaged membership, it's just one guy or one lady, right? Who, you know, maybe is smart, maybe is not. But, you know, so I would just encourage folks to keep up the organizing they've been doing, keep up the work in terms of trying to reform their locals, trying to reform the union itself to be stronger, more democratic. You know, that's ultimately what we need is a labor movement that is strong, that is democratic, that is militant, and has active engagement from the rank and file. And, you know, something else that I think is really important is just the solidarity and the empathy, frankly. You know, if you are okay with this settlement, that's understandable. But if others aren't, you know, try to understand where they're coming from and vice versa, and know that bosses and politicians want you to be divided. They want our coworkers to be divided against each other, whether it's on issues like this or through pay, through benefits, or whether it's, you know, politics and culture. They want us to be divided. And so it's really, really important that we have those relationships with our coworkers, and that we build relationships across the working class. You know, the postal workers, I appreciate their engagement. I appreciate, you know, how much organizing they have been doing over recent weeks, and we've got to have more of that energy. And I also appreciated the point that you and Tyler made about the Postal Service are federal employees, right? Do not think that you're immune from what's happening with our brothers and sisters in AFGE and NIFE and IFPTE. Same with the private sector workers. Ultimately, we are all facing attacks from multiple directions, all working people, all union members, but all working people generally and broadly. And so we have to build a working class majority. We are the majority, working class people, like the vast majority of people in this country and on this planet. We are not capitalist. We work. We sell our labor in order to survive, right? And by that labor, we create tremendous wealth and profits. And we as the working class have to recognize the strength in our numbers that we have. We are very diverse. We are the most diverse class, and that adds difficulty when it comes to uniting. And, that is something we have to navigate. And I think for me, the answer is solidarity over bigotry. I don't have to like or agree with everything that people say or believe or who they are even. But if they're fellow workers, I want to have their back, and I want them to have my back, and I think that's what it boils down to. And so, we've had some interesting conversations on the show in the last several weeks and months. We've had really diverse folks calling in. Everyone from, right-wing conservatives to left-wing socialists and everything in between. At the end of the day, we don't have to agree on everything, but hopefully we can come together and recognize that working people have to have each other's back. We have to support each other. When one of us is injured, all of us are injured, and we do have to take that seriously. Real mass mobilization is what it's going to take to make things better in this country. It's the only thing that has made things better in this country, right? The reason postal workers even have the rights they have, as limited as they are, is because of mass action, right? And so on with every right and benefit that we, have taken for granted in this country, all of which were under threat, under very serious threat. So, I just think people power is the solution. It's what it's going to take. It's difficult to build coalitions with people and to work across these differences. I mean, there are workers out here who have beliefs that I disagree with. There are workers out here who I believe are misled and are misinformed. And that is something that we're trying to tackle with this show and with this project, right? Because there is a lot of media out there. There is a lot of propaganda out there. And there are, very powerful, wealthy interests that push their messaging through various platforms. And they hope that working people will be divided and distracted and confused and misinformed. And we do what we can to try to, amplify the voices of working people and let working people share what's going on. That's why we do, try to have an open platform and have people from diverse perspectives that we may not always agree with. But at the end of the day, our message is working class solidarity and building a working class movement, class-wide movement across industries, across unions, get working people coming together and organizing for what really unites us. Because at the end of the day, right, most of us want a lot of the same things. We want a decent life for ourselves and our families and our communities. We want to, feel safe and come home safely from work and spend time with our families. We want to be able to go to the doctor when we need to. We want to be able to retire in dignity. These are not radical ideas. These are just basic quality of life ideas that, we all expect. This is the wealthiest country on planet Earth, the wealthiest country in the history of the planet. And it's not, radical, I don't believe, that we as working people who create this tremendous wealth expect that some of it will go back to us.
Right.
And that we can have a decent quality of life for ourselves and our families. So, I would just encourage the letter carriers to keep organizing, keep working to build a strong movement. We all deserve better. You deserve better. We deserve better. All working people in this country deserve better, especially here in the South.
Right.
So, those were just some things that were on my mind.
We're going to take a break really quick, and we're going to go into double overtime. That's right. Going into double overtime.
Going long today.
Yeah, long one today. Putting in putting in a long shift. Lots of terrible news from a terrible president. So going to take a break. Going to give you our first half to overtime intro or interlude music again, and we're going to bring on our guest, Paul Osadabe, to talk about what the Federal Unionist Network is doing.
Really looking forward to this. This is going to be timely and important.
Yep, absolutely. So stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Go to Harlan County, there is no neutral air. You'll either be a Union man or a thug party age player. Which side are you on? 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 Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? 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 Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Go to Harlan County, there is no neutral air. You'll either be a Union man or a thug party age player. Which side are you on? 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 Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? 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 Which side are you on?
Folks, welcome back. You are still listening to the Valley Labor Report. We are now in overtime, or double overtime. We're now in double overtime. So, lots to discuss. We've discussed a lot on the show today. A lot of really big news. And we have now on the line Paul Osadabe. He is a steward with the American Federation of Government Employees, Local 476 at Housing and Urban Development. He is also a member of the steering committee of the Federal Unionists Network. Paul, welcome back to the Valley Labor Report. Thanks for joining us today.
Great to be here.
Great to have you. So we wanted to reach out to y'all to have somebody on to break down in more detail a little bit about the executive order and how federal unionists are responding or thinking about how to respond. Obviously, we're still very much in the early hours of this, having been executed. It was late Thursday night when it happened, so barely even one business day has passed since the order was signed. But I guess just to start off with, what does the executive order purport to do?
Basically, it says in the name of national security that they are union busting across most of the agencies of the federal government that have collective bargaining. So they're saying that they passed an executive order and a memo that is reducing or eliminating the ability of workers to collectively bargain and to have power in the workplace through negotiating contracts. But it's actually not just that. It's an even wider attack than that. That's already bad enough. That's already a huge historic attack on labor, but it goes beyond that. It says no more official time in the workplace. So we can't have stewards like me use official time to represent people when the agency violates their rights. It says that the unions have to be kicked out of the building because many unions have office space within the federal buildings that they work in so that people can come to their offices directly and ask for help. They're kicking the unions out of those spaces. They're getting rid of dues deductions. So they're trying to financially attack the unions by cutting off their source of income that they use to file the lawsuits and represent people. And it's just so many different forms of attack. And the most important thing to understand is that this has nothing to do with national security. This is about attacking workplace power. It's about attacking the ability of any group of workers or any institution to hold this administration accountable for anything that they do. And it's about retaliation for the fact that, yes, it has been workers and worker organizations who have been the most effective in slowing down, blocking, reversing many of the illegal actions that have happened over the last month or two. This is because we are the most effective. That's why the attack has gone nuclear right now. Right.
And so I want to get more into as a, in my next question, I want to talk about how they really kind of give away the game as to what is the actual reason for this. But I want to spend a little bit of time on why is the national security argument wrong? Like, just on its face, like let's say that we're talking to somebody and they're a dear confused brother, right? Working in the private sector, and they see Department of Defense. Well, why? And they just, they're operating in good faith. Obviously, we know Donald Trump, his administration is not. But this dear brother, dear sister in the private sector, they're like, well, why isn't the Department of Defense? Why? I heard Department of Defense and I heard national security. So, I don't know. The Department of Defense does national security. So if the law says that, he can take away collective bargaining because of national security, like facially, why is that wrong?
Sure. I think it's illustrative to just look at history, and it's not even history from a long time ago. It's from the first Trump administration. He attempted to do something similar with the Department of Defense, but instead of doing what he did now, which is just a blanket attack and retaliation, he said, hey, I'm going to ask the secretary to assess whether it's possible to have unions and collective bargaining in accordance with national security. And even under the first administration, they did not end up doing it because they knew that there is no conflict between worker power and national security. The more impact and input that workers have in the workplace, the more effective the workplace is, regardless of what the mission is. And that's also pretty clear to see because, I mean, even in the immediate aftermath of 9/11 under the Bush administration, they did not get rid of unions and collective bargaining for national security. They didn't do it under Reagan, not under Nixon. Well, that was a while back, but there's been so many national security challenges over the decades, and there's never been any conflict before. And now when it's supposed to be Donald the Dove, we're not supposed to be at war all over the world. We're supposed to be turning inward. Now he's saying that national security conflicts to such a huge extent that you can't have unions at the EPA. You can't have unions at Health and Human Services. That doesn't hold up to any scrutiny at all. It's not about that. And like you said, they gave away the game. They explicitly said in the memo that this is about the fact that unions are stopping me from doing what I want to do. It's the fact that we are the ones holding him accountable by collective power and pooling our resources, by being the ones speaking out and letting people know the services that are being destroyed and how communities are being harmed. That's exactly what he wants to stop. He wants to stop any potential organized response to the destruction of the government. That's what's at stake here.
Yeah, I mean, just some more of the even more kind of on its face absurd departments. The Department of the Treasury, the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Food and Drug Administration, the Centers for Disease Control, Office of Refugee Resettlement, National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, the Science and Technology Directorate of the Department of Homeland Security. I mean, the Bureau of Land Management, the Department of the Interior. You know, it's just so, most of these are just facially absurd. And then I really liked how you pointed back to history, and I want to dwell on that a little bit and just foot stomp on the fact that no other president, including Trump in his first term, thought that he had the authority to unilaterally revoke collective bargaining rights on national security grounds because the grounds are so flimsy. It is so facially absurd because in the law, and I went and read like a lot of the Civil Service Reform Act, like just the text of the law, just to try to help me understand this. And you know, it's shocking today as unions are on one hand very, very popular, but politically, when you talk about politicians, they're a very partisan issue. Republicans universally almost oppose unions in all their forms, and Democrats don't hate us most of the time. And so it's a very partisan kind of thing. And yet when you go and look at like the National Labor Relations Act and the 1978 Civil Service Reform Act, the government is not neutral about the prospect of collective bargaining. The government, and it is still the law, the government says in the Civil Service Reform Act that collective bargaining is, like you said, a positive. It benefits the taxpayer. It benefits
it's in
the
public interest. It says that in the law.
Exactly. And so the people who wrote the law and every president since 1978 have all agreed that national security, and which is, we're not disputing that some DOD workers, Department of Defense workers, do national security stuff, but the Civil Service Reform Act only allows for revocation of collective bargaining right when collective bargaining conflicts with national security interests. It doesn't say, oh, there are national security interests so you can remove collective bargaining. It says collective bargaining has to conflict with it. And the Congress did not believe that it conflicts with it, and every president since has not believed that in these agencies, in the vast majority of the federal government, that collective bargaining conflicts with national security. And so let's move to like what is the actual argument. And like we've said, he makes it very clear in his little fact sheet about this, where he says, well, and he actually attacks the Civil Service Reform Act because he says, quote, it enables hostile federal unions to obstruct agency management, and then they say the largest federal union describes itself as, quote, fighting back against Trump. That's why they're doing this, right? And so I don't know if you have like much else to say about it, but they just give away the game. It's not actually that they think there's national security things that are conflicting with us being able to bargain collectively. It's that they don't like little people like the listener, like you in the audience that's listening, like me or like Paul or like anybody else, having any sort of say over what happens except for the oligarchs like Trump and Musk.
Yeah, that's exactly what this is about. There's been no change in national security. There's been no change in what unions do. What's changed is that the president has decided to equate national security and the interests of the country with whatever he wants to do at any given moment. And if those two things don't align, or people want to do something different from that, he considers that a personal insult that he responds to with attacks, legal challenges, threats, and up to violence at this point. Right. So that's what this is about. And he's attempting to use that same playbook on the most organized group of regular people that exists in society, which is organized labor. And this attack is not going to stop here, because these fake national security justifications, those are not limited to the federal sector. You can use that for almost anything. You can decide that food production is essential to American national security, so no unions in the private sector food industry. You can decide that the service industry is the biggest employer of people in this country, so no unions there. The logic here, if you want to call it logic, has no limit. All it is about is centralizing power into the hands of Donald Trump, oligarchs, billionaires, and the most already unaccountable people in our society. And collective bargaining, what they really hate about it is that it gives the representatives of ordinary working people equal power to management. When we come to the negotiating table, we are supposed to be equal, labor and management. They hate that concept. They wish it was never established and they want it gone. But this is the time to defend it, because if they're able to take that from hundreds of thousands, if not 1 million people all at once without a fight back, then that is immediately coming to the private sector and the rest of the labor movement. If they think they can do that to veterans, hundreds of thousands of veterans had their rights stripped from them yesterday or Thursday. Right. If they think they can get away with that, there is nothing stopping them from doing that to any of you out there listening to this. So This is the time to respond accordingly.
Right. Yes, it's very important that folks respond accordingly. And folks may think that Paul is being, hyperbolic or whatever, because like, oh, well, the National Labor Relations Act protects the right of private sector workers to unionize. It would be illegal for Trump to do away with our collective bargaining rights. And well, the federal unions argue that this is illegal, and Trump has already violated the National Labor Relations Act when he fired Gwen Wilcox. And so he has no problem with violating the National Labor Relations Act. He's already said and done that exactly. And so, the idea that he won't just declare with an executive order that private sector workers can't unionize anymore is, at this point, we're kind of past that. And so I want to talk about what the appropriate response is and how the Federal Unionists Network is responding. But I have one more question while we're dwelling on these arguments and we're trying to engage, with our dear sisters and brothers who may be confused. And so what is, if I go and I talk to somebody, what is the positive case for collective bargaining in these agencies? We've talked about it and we've said it, and we've talked about how the law says that. That's what actually the policy in law of the United States is that collective bargaining is positive. But what is the kind of practical and material positive case for collective bargaining in these agencies? Because, I talk to people in the private sector and they're like, well, isn't it when you're bargaining as a federal employee or as a public sector employee, you're bargaining against me as the taxpayer? And FDR didn't want public sector unions either. And so therefore, they shouldn't exist and they're bad because they're bargaining against me. And so what is the rebuttal to that? What is the positive case for collective bargaining for federal workers?
Sure. So it's really important to understand the history here, because there was a history where federal workers and public sector union members in general didn't have the right to collective bargain. And before then, what happened was, just mass disruptions of services, there was a lot of conflict between labor and management that was really inefficient and that actually made services worse. And that's why there were massive majorities in Congress in the 70s. And during a conservative era, we're talking huge majorities in both houses of Congress and signed into law and maintained from then until this last Thursday, the principle that you want ordinary working people in the room, the people who most know how the services operate and the best way to make those services work for the American people. You want them at the bargaining table saying that, hey, we need protections for whistleblowing so that someone who's defrauding people or abusing people is held accountable. We need the ability to have scientific integrity in our contract so that we aren't pressured to say things that are false in order to please a boss somewhere. These are the things that the American people want. Accurate information, well-trained and well-paid staff so that people are able to do the best job for the people that they serve. That's what collective bargaining brings, because otherwise you have people who are very far away from the experience of the average American making all the rules in the workplace that affects the services that come down to people. Because it's very important to remember, federal workers are just people in your community. They are just your neighbors, your friends, your aunts, your uncles, your kids. We are ordinary working class people, and you want us in the room and you want us equal to management, because without that, you are getting everything decided by the Elon Musks of the world. And we've already seen that that is not good for anyone.
Right. And, another one of the problems that existed before the federal service was professionalized was what Trump is trying to pull us back into, where we had this spoils system where we, just because somebody is politically loyal to the president, they got these rank and file jobs, and they had like zero expertise in, being a cost engineer at the Corps of Engineers. Somebody was able to be an equivalent position because they were friends with the president or something. And we saw, as a society, the inefficiencies that came along with that, with having people that are not qualified doing the job. We saw the corruption that came along with that. And we said, we don't like that. We want a professional civil service that advances people based on merit. We have a whole merit systems protection board. That's a big thing in the government.
Which is also being broken, just like any other system that benefits and protects working people. Just want to say that.
Yes, it's very, yes. And so, they're trying to destroy this whole and bring us back to a genuinely less efficient, less professional sort of federal government that only benefits his benefactors and the people that donated to his campaign. And so there we go. There's the positive. And now nobody in good faith is going to be able to say that unions don't belong in the public sector, because we've dealt with the argument. So with that out of the way, how are unions responding to this attack on our rights to unionization?
We are seeing a never before seen coalition form right now because all the major federal unions and even the largely private sector ones understand that this is an existential moment, that this is an attack on the concept of working people having any power over what happens in the workplace and in society. And so we are seeing a coalition form to develop the response that needs to happen because business as usual clearly is not working. And so we're all figuring out ways of organizing, of making everyone understand that this is the time. If you don't see yourself as a union activist, this is the time to become one, because the only way out of this is to build collective power as quickly and as durably as possible. And so we're seeing far more resources develop towards organizing training and discussions of how to get people mobilized out in the streets, how to get people to really pressure their congresspeople in a targeted way, not just a haphazard, call your legislator when you feel like it, when you have time, but no, really target the people who can exercise congressional oversight to stop this, because they can. This is absolutely not something where the president can just do all of this on his own with no input from anyone else. Other people in Congress have to allow this to happen. And you out there do not have to allow them to allow this. You can tell them to do their job and basically let them know that they're not going to have any peace until they do that. So that's what we're seeing. And the Federal Unionist Network is really central within the federal space to driving that renewed orientation towards organizing, because organizing is the path out of this. You're not going to get enough pressure on congresspeople or the administration or the media or anyone who we need to pressure until you build up the capacity for mass mobilization, and you do that through organizing. So I'm sure you're going to ask, but tomorrow the Federal Unionist Network is going to be having a call at 5 to 6 p.m. Eastern, and it's going to be about the historic nature of the moment that we face right now, the need to respond in kind, because the attacks from the administration have been escalating and escalating and escalating. And it's time for us to understand the situation we're in and escalate back. That time is right now. There's no tomorrow unless we do that. So that's what this call tomorrow is going to be about. How exactly do you start having one-on-one conversations with your coworkers and tell them whatever peace and safety you thought you were going to have by keeping your head down and not getting involved in that, that is not going to work for you. Look at what is happening, really take it in, and understand that you got to get yourself involved, everyone around you involved, your community involved, your family, your friends, to stand up right now and start fighting back. Because if you don't do that, you're going to find yourself in a situation that you don't want to be in.
Right.
We're already there, and it's only going down from here, but we do have the power to stop this. That comes through organizing.
Absolutely. And we're going to be wrapping up here in a few more minutes with Paul. So if other federal workers would like to call in and talk to us about your immediate reactions to this executive order and how your local unions are reacting, we would love to hear from you. The phone number is 844-899-TVLR. That is 844-899-8857. You can leave a voicemail if you're catching this when we are not live. You talked about, Paul, a mass call that you are that the Federal Unionist Network is doing tomorrow. Tell us what time that is, where to sign up, and what are you going to be discussing on the call specifically? And then if somebody catches this after the call is over, how can they get plugged in and try to catch up?
Sure. So the call is going to be 5 to 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. It's going to be a virtual call, and you can go to our social media pages at Fed Workers United on Twitter, Instagram, Blue Sky, and that will have the flyer with the link. What we're going to be talking about is the historic nature of the moment, the level of attacks that we're actually facing, and how those attacks demand a response that's at that same level of the way that we are being attacked. So we're going to talk about how to build a movement starting in your workplace, how to do organizing conversations, how to flyer your federal building so you can get your coworkers to understand that the only thing that's going to save them right now is themselves, and organizing together to put pressure on the administration and create a crisis that they cannot handle. Because I think if all 700,000 to a million federal workers that were just attacked this Thursday actually responded, this is not sustainable for them. So we have to get from here to there, and that starts tomorrow. And in addition to that, on April 5th, there's going to be nationwide events. So if you're not able to be on the call tomorrow, you can still get out in the streets and get yourself, your coworkers, and your community out in the streets on April 5th. You can go to, again, on our social media pages and find out where a local event is for you. You can get out there with all the various community groups that are fighting against what's happening right now, and you can tell this administration and oligarchs that you are organizing to stop them. And that's what we all have to do right now.
5 to 6 p.m. tomorrow, Sunday, March the 30th, Eastern Time. You can find the sign-up information on the Federal Unionist Network's social media pages at Fed Workers United. You can also go to savepublicservices.com and sign up for the and like just sign up to get alerts and stuff from the Federal Unionist Network. So really excited to see that. I'm going to try to hop on, and I encourage other folks to, for sure. Is there anything else, Paul, that you wanted to make sure that we got to before we let you go?
If you are a federal worker and you are interested in organizing a new federal union and strengthening your existing union, join the Federal Unionist Network. You can Google our website, federalunionist.net, and go to the Join Us page, and we'll get you plugged in. And right now, I just want everyone to stop and think about the moment that you're in, and what are you going to do so that in 10 years from now, 20 years from now, you can look back and say, hey, that was a moment of extreme danger. They were coming after the entire working class, and I did something to stop it, and we stopped it together. Think about what it would take to do that, and start doing that tonight. That's what I have to say.
Paul Osadabe, AFGE, Local 476, Union Steward at Housing and Urban Development, Steering Committee member of the Federal Unionists Network. Really appreciate your time. Oh, one more question. Is the call tomorrow endorsed by the federal employee unions, or is this just a fun thing?
It's endorsed by several of them, and we're getting more by the second. I believe we have NEFI, IFPTE, and the American Federation of Teachers on so far, and we're getting more and more.
Great. Well, Paul, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
844-899-TVLR is the phone number, 844-899-8857. Would love to hear from some other federal workers about how they're reacting to this, how their unions are reacting to this, stuff like that. 844-899-TVLR. Adam, I don't know if you had any thoughts after hearing Paul.
Well, something he said that I think really resonated with me is the need to create crisis for the bosses and politicians responsible for these attacks, right? That is what they do to us. They put us in crisis. We are facing multiple layers of crisis right now. It's coming at us so fast, it's hard to keep up. But that is the kind of thing we have to do to the other side and create a crisis that they wish to resolve by hopefully giving in to our demands.
Yep. Yeah, that was one of the first times that I had interacted with like a fun event that I thought was a really good kind of nugget of wisdom, related to even, and this was, we were in a different environment then, much more friendly environment, but there was discussions about, how can I win things as a federal worker in my workplace when my wages and or my wages and benefits are set by Congress. There's so much that's kind of taken off the table, and so we had talked about an instance of how they were able to get advanced sick leave for somebody at the Corps of Engineers in New York by direct action and pressuring management. And the nugget of wisdom that they talked about was increasing the cost of saying no to management and decreasing the cost of saying yes. And so, at the Corps of Engineers in New York, it's not like they went on strike or they did anything like that. They didn't rally outside of the person's house or anything. And I don't know how much of that they would have been willing to do. But, they had I think they did a march on the boss or something like that, but they kept the pressure on management. Management had, I think, dozens of people telling them, we think it's inappropriate that you have denied advanced sick leave for our pregnant coworker. We think that she's a valued member of the team and she deserves that, and you should give it to her. And with every interaction that frontline manager had, every interaction about that situation increased his personal cost of saying no to that pregnant coworker, and every interaction decreased their cost of saying yes, right? And so that's everything that we do has to be pointed at increasing the cost to this administration of eliminating our rights and decreasing the cost of saying no. And I also just want to say, there was somebody in the chat, one of our dear brothers who are confused about things said, as a union member of the NALC, I support Trump and the policies to bring American prosperity back. Most of y'all are saying all this fear-mongering are just butthurt over the election and have TDS. That's just, you're just literally not living in reality. There has never been in my lifetime a more direct assault on the rights of working people to organize in unions than what Donald Trump did Thursday night. And if you can't see that, you are not living in reality. And he will be coming for you next. And so I genuinely hope, Matt, and I want to talk to you as a brother right now. I genuinely hope that you take some time and sit with where you're at right now. And you sit with what's happened. Because what just happened is Trump told me that I don't deserve my union. Trump told me that the union that I have been a member of for 7 years no longer has the authority to bargain with management, no longer has the authority to conduct grievances, no longer has any authority at all, and that we have to be kicked out of our offices, and that everything that we've ever won in our collective bargaining agreements are gone. That is me identifying that as an attack on my fundamental rights as a person, as an American, is not overreacting. You not recognizing that, I don't really know exactly what to describe it. But it's genuinely, as a union member, distressing to me that I have somebody right now as a union member in my chat not concerned about their fellow union members' rights being taken away from them. Because it's going to come for you next. It will come for you next. And I will oppose it when it happens. But I hope that I hope that it does not take that for you to oppose what's going on. And it doesn't even, I don't even need you to get to a point where you say, oh, I regret voting for Donald Trump. That's not even what I need from you. What I need from you, and what federal workers need from you, is for you to be a part of the opposition to what Donald Trump is doing right now. Okay? I don't need you to say you regret what you did in November. I don't need you to say you won't vote for him again if you when he runs for his third term. I just need you to be a part of the opposition to him stripping 1 million working people of their rights to organize. And if you can't give that, then I don't frankly know that you deserve to call yourself a union member. We've got a couple of callers on the line. This caller from a 602 area code. Caller from a 602 area code. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Yes, sir. First, I want to say thank you guys for having me on and taking my call today. My name is Kareem, and I'm actually calling from Branch 576.
Kareem from Branch 576. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate it. What's on your mind?
Yes, sir. Thanks for giving me the platform. I just want to speak on like some comments that I'm seeing. The gentleman that you just spoke with. Those type of people should really be ashamed of themselves. Right now, whether you're Democrat, whether you're Republican, we do understand that we're seeing this current administration attacking the federal workforce. Right. And I just don't understand why people continue to take up for this man. But it just goes to show the reality that we live in today, where it seems like people are just really, really blinded. And it's really, really just sad to see some of our brothers and sisters who are blinded and just can't accept the fact that this man he's coming in and he's doing harm. He doesn't care about the federal workers. He doesn't care about the unions. They have legislation right now that they're trying to propose not only to where they can't deduct the union dues from our paychecks, but to pretty much like bust the unions up. And we know that this has been a long thing coming from a long time. Most of these Republicans, we know for years, we're talking 20 plus years, have been at the post office salivating at the chance to privatize it. These are all facts that cannot be disputed, no matter if you're Republican or Democrat. So I just want people to remember that. Speaking on the contract, I want to.
Yeah, well, Kareem, really quickly, and then I want to hear what you have to say about the contract. But I appreciate what you're saying, and genuinely, like if you I think it's crazy, right? But if somebody out there is like, okay, when it comes to the one to what I'm gonna do 3 years and 9 months from now in a voting booth or whatever. When it comes to that, I think it's so important that the trans can't compete in sports that I'll vote for the Republican. Then, whatever, right? I think you're silly, and I think if you, think that all of this is less important than that issue or whatever, I think that's problematic, but like that's for a different argument. But the idea that you can't set that to the side and recognize and not do all this throat clearing about, I support Trump, but just full-throatedly say what Trump is doing right now is problematic and I oppose it and I will support my sisters and brothers as they oppose it. It is genuinely gross, actually. And folks should be ashamed of themselves if they can't bring themselves to do that. So yeah, what are your thoughts on the contract?
Yes, sir. And I appreciate your thoughts on that. And then as far as the contract, just very, very, very just disappointing, man. I really felt like it was just a slap in the face to all barriers. Right now, I'm only a CCA, so I'm a regular. However, I am like the number one CCA in my city right now, so I'm actually getting ready to convert. But I just don't see the fight, sir. Like, no disrespect, but because I'm trying to get very involved in my union. I'm trying to learn my rights. I'm learning these things. I'm watching shows like you guys' show, other platforms, JH, Mailman Saeed. I get some useful information from those guys and from you guys as well. But I mean, we could talk about it a million times over, but the bottom line is that we need people to start standing up in the actual membership, fighting. When I do talk to some of the career carriers that have been there a long time, most of them I tend to ask, I say, well, how come you guys aren't rallying or organizing things with the union? They're like, oh, well, we just kind of sit out and that's their job and we don't go with the back and forth. And I'm like, well, this isn't the time to be sitting down right now, though. If our leadership doesn't have the backbone to do what's necessary as far as like organizing rallies and things of that sort to get out there and kind of just show that we're not taking this shit. Like I feel like with our contract, I feel like the management kind of knew that. They knew, even though that contract, that tentative agreement got voted down. I think that they were like, you know what? We cut the TV on and we don't see enough people out here standing and speaking and saying that this is not right. So guess what? We're going to go ahead and just give them a shitty deal, because we know that they're not going to show up to not strike, but to protest or whatever. They're not going to show up in numbers. Maybe a few of them will come out. Maybe a few branches will come out. But it's not like universal. Like every branch in every part of our country that's tied to the Postal Service should have been rallying the members. And I'm really kind of just getting tired of it. And I think that's why some people are talking about like paying the dues. But it's just very important to remember that we have to keep paying the dues, because that's what allows us to take in this process as far as electing our presidential leader, which, you know, right now with Brian Renfro, we have to make sure we just vote him out in 2026. But I just wanted to give my thoughts on that, man. Like, I'm just kind of very disappointed with the contract. Once again, I'm a CCA. I'm learning the business, the politics of this. I'm not happy about what I'm seeing, but I'm one of these people that's going to stand up and fight. I'm not going to take this shit lying down. This really has been disappointing, but I want my brothers and sisters to know that you do have CCAs out here that's paying attention. I'm also one of those CCAs that voted that tentative agreement down because it actually benefited people like me, who I could have been starting off at a much more higher salary coming in, but I understood the bigger picture of not taking shit and saying that I'm sticking with the membership, and what may be right for me may not be right for everyone else. And if it's not right for everyone else, then we have to stand against it together.
Kareem, really appreciate your call. Thank you.
Yes, sir. No problem.
Yep. We had another comment in the chat. You shouldn't vote for a president and back them 100%. You should vote for whoever, but hopefully challenge his ability to effectively represent the American people. That is it, right? I mean, there's a YouTuber, Olayemi Oloran, I think is her name, and she had a really great video essay about like, the problem. You know, you got a lot of people on the left who are like, you know, they feel like it's like a moral thing, right? Like I vote, you know, if I vote for so and so, then I endorse everything they do, and it's just like that's not, you know, materially what happens, right? Materially what happens is your vote is a very, very, very small thumb on the lever of picking your enemy. And like, if more people understood voting as that, I think that politics would be a lot healthier in this country. When you are voting, especially for president, especially from like a worker perspective, you are voting for your enemy, right? Who do you want to be the person that is standing in between you and whatever it is that you want the government to do, right? And that's how you have to think about it. And so if people voted for Trump in that way, then they would have no qualms with being able to vociferously attack what he's doing right now to federal employees, and passionately be talking about how bad Trump is being on the issue of working people's rights. But so many people on the left and the right, so many people don't vote that way. They vote and they attach some part of their like soul to it. They have this weird connection to their vote, and they see an attack on the person they voted for as an attack on them. And so they feel like because they voted for this person, they have to defend everything that they do, or they have to kind of hem and haw about, well, you know, maybe this isn't the best thing or the other thing, but you know, I can disagree with them, but ultimately blah 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 blah. Like, if you thought about who you were voting for as I'm voting for my enemy, you wouldn't have to do that. Somebody could just ask you, do you support or oppose this? And somebody could observe your actions and see you supporting or opposing something on the merits of the thing, right? Not who it's coming from. We have a very, very unhealthy relation to politics, I think.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. I mean, I think, you know, for me, the way I look at voting is it's a decision that's made, every 2 to 4 years. Yep. And I'm going to take the time out of my day to make that choice and vote for who I believe is, the less damaging person for working class folks. Because by and large, working class folks are not really represented in our political system, especially the higher up you go, right? As you're talking, president, right? So, I make a calculation, and then the important thing that a lot of people also miss is you spend the time in between elections trying to hold them accountable. You pressure them to do the right thing. Because even if the people you voted for win, and they win overwhelmingly, unless you're pressuring them, do you have any expectation they're going to deliver for you? Right? I mean, that's the thing. Like, you have to pressure these politicians to act right, regardless of what party they're in. Even if you do agree with them generally, you're still going to have to pressure them.
Yep.
They're not going to do everything you want. I mean, that's just the bottom line. And I agree. A lot of people do put too much attachment into this because I think partisanship is very dangerous. I think that people look at things through a partisan lens or in an anti-partisan lens in some cases, depending on, where they're at in the spectrum. And it's just not helpful at all. I mean, you should be a partisan for the working class, right? That's who you should be a partisan for, is we the people, everyday working class people, the majority of people, and what is good and what is bad for us, what is less harmful for us, what is easier to fight, for us as working class people. That's really the way I would encourage people to think about politics. And, and if Democrats are doing something terrible to working people, we have to call them out. If Republicans are doing something terrible to working people, we have to call them out. If either party is doing something positive for working people, we can call that out and celebrate that, right? And we try to do that, right? When we find politicians of either party who are standing with workers and, actually doing something positive for us, we celebrate that. Doesn't mean we love them. Doesn't mean we're going to go vote for them even necessarily. Doesn't mean we're going to donate to their campaign. And vice versa, I voted for Bernie Sanders in 2 different Democratic primaries. I volunteered and did work, and really believed he was the best candidate of those choices. That doesn't mean I agree with everything Bernie has said or done.
Right.
I have some strong disagreements, particularly when it comes to foreign policy, where I do not agree with some of the things that Bernie Sanders has done or said. And I'm not afraid to say that, right? Like, that doesn't hurt me. I don't feel weird about it. He's a politician, and I think he's better than most politicians from my perspective as a working class unionist. But he's still a politician, which means he's going to do things I don't like. And it also means if I want him to do things that I do like, I have to put more pressure on him and hope that certainly my brothers and sisters in Vermont are doing that. So, yeah, it's very weird. It's weird to see the cult of personality that I think is particularly pronounced with the Trump phenomena. There are cults of personality around Democratic figures. Don't get me wrong. There are people to this day still posting pro-Hillary stuff, which is hilarious to me. And I don't understand it. It's just as weird to me as the people who are, obsessed with Trump. But, we were talking about something earlier, like when it comes to a lot of folks out here, people of faith. This is the Bible Belt, quote unquote. A lot of people are, self-professed Christians at the very least. And, there are some out there that I wonder, if you had to choose between Trump and your own religion, which one would you choose, really? There is a level of fanaticism that comes with supporting certain politicians and just, feeling like you have to defend every action and that you have to celebrate every action and not evaluate on a real case-by-case basis, right? Like, I know that, for example, UAW has gotten a lot of pushback because of their support of some of the auto tariffs. Now, whether you agree or disagree on that issue, that's a whole nother conversation. We're not going to have that debate right now. It's a debate and discussion worth having. But what I can say is that, at the very least, UAW is willing to speak on that issue while at the same time speak on other issues and call out the Trump administration, for example, on the attacks on federal workers and their union rights, or, the detaining and disappearing of activists in this country. And so, I at least will acknowledge that whether I agree or disagree on the auto tariff issue, they are at least trying to, it seems like, make a case-by-case judgment and say, no, this thing we like, this thing we don't. We're going to call you out on both, right? That seems to be a more reasonable approach. And again, you don't have to agree with UAW in particular or their strategy or approach right now. But the idea is we should evaluate what's happening to working people, look at the real facts behind it, not be confused by propaganda and political talking points. Just look at what's really happening to working people. And the truth is our rights are under attack. Our pay, our jobs, our benefits are under attack. We have building trades workers who are losing jobs. Yep. We have federal workers who are losing their unions. We have federal workers who are losing their jobs. We have private sector workers who are losing their rights. They're losing the little bit of oversight that we had in the private sector. We have, no one's minding the store anymore, right? No one's actually enforcing rules and laws in the workplace to protect our safety, to keep kids out of the workplace. To hold bosses accountable when they steal our wages and when they short our paychecks. This is happening. Like, that's not just something we're making up. It's not just, Trump derangement syndrome or whatever. Listen, if Trump was doing positive things every day for working people, I would be the first to go out and celebrate it, because that is what matters to me, is what is happening for regular working class folks, in particular union members, because that's what's relevant, not team blue, team R, team red, whatever. Like, that's just, I think that's immature, and it is shameful. But with that said, I'll get off my soapbox and let you take the next caller.
Yeah, we got a caller from a 443 area code. Caller from a 443 area code. What's your name and where are you calling from? 443 area code? Oh. Did you accidentally hang up on them, or did they drop the call?
I think maybe they dropped the call.
Okay. Rip. 256
call
area.
Back though.
Call back 443. And if you want to get where they are, the phone number is 844-899-TVLR. 844-899-8857. Caller from a 256 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Dwayne, the former press secretary for Stacey George.
Yes, Dwayne. Good to hear from you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, good to hear from y'all. Well, I was going to tell you something that I'm doing that might help things out a little bit. I'm forming on Quora. Are you familiar with Quora? Quora?
Yes.
Okay. So I set up a site, and what it's going to do is, when, particularly right now, the Alabama legislature, but I plan on doing it on a larger scale, when they vote no on something that they really shouldn't, like, I'm going to give you, for instance, the overtime pay that was not taxed and would no longer be taxed will end in June. Right. So they're going to have a vote next week on whether or not to extend that or not. Now, what I'm going to do on this is called novote.quora.com. I'm going to list the names of the legislators that voted to reinstate the taxation there. Have you got me? Mm-hmm. And I'm going to do that on all kinds of subject matters, so that when it gets time to vote, I want to take it on a media type thing to have everyone go and see things that were important to labor or whoever it might be. You can see the way that your person's voted very quickly, very easily, and on what subject matters. And so you can give a no vote to those who gave a no vote for whatever it might be.
Right.
Yeah, I really appreciate that.
What else did I want to tell you?
Because I think it's hard to keep track of that kind of stuff, and I think that's really important to let people know, because folks can forget some of these important issues and where their legislator voted yes or no by the time they get to the voting booth. And so I think that's a really worthy mission, and I applaud you for doing it.
Well, and I want to put it, I've already talked to some other media outlets who have agreed that around voting time, they would let me, tell about it and, make everybody aware so it might help them to do what you were saying earlier, Adam, which is vote for the lesser harm to you if necessary in order to make things better. But I appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Dwayne. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got another caller. This one, caller from a 702 area code. Caller from a 702 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hold on, I'm lining them up. And Dwayne, if you're still listening, definitely email us with that link and keep us posted on that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
All right, 702.
702 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, my name is Drew Banfield. I'm actually a shop steward at a branch 2502.
Drew, shop steward, thanks for calling in. What's on your mind?
Well, I just wanted to touch on a couple things. I've been listening. I love the show. But I wanted to touch on a couple things. I want to say thank you for letting me speak. The contract, nobody's happy with it, right? Everybody feels like this is the contract we all voted down. 71% of the membership of the NALC voted that contract down and said, you know what, we don't like this. It's not enough. But Mr. Renfro, our glorious president, decided that he was going to go into arbitration, mediation, whatever you want to call it. It's supposed to be an arbitration, kind of turned into a mediation, I think. Accepted this really already defined agreement, it seems like, because the arbitration only took 3 days. And came back with, hey, we're going to take the whole tentative agreement. We're going to give everybody 0.3% more money over the next 3 years than the original TA had in it. That's kind of garbage. But the no vote, as little as that garbage is, worked. I mean, we got 0.3% than we wouldn't have gotten. Now, it doesn't make me happy. Doesn't make me happy at all. I think everybody should have got a $5 raise. I think we should have gone down to 6 years to be at the top of the pay scale. I think we should have eliminated the CCA craft. But Mr. Renfro, he negotiated solely on his own. He went in there, and I know for a fact that a bunch of people wanted to help him, wanted to get in there, wanted to represent. And he didn't allow that, which was his right under our Constitution to represent solely. But when you represent solely and you get nothing accomplished, meaningful, then you got to accept the blame. I'm not bashing the guy. Like, it's his responsibility. He took it as his own, but you got to own it. And really, I think at some point you got to say, you know what, maybe I'm not the best man for the job. Maybe I should move on. Maybe I should let somebody else take up the banner and fight a little harder than I did, because he was preaching fight like hell. But I'll tell you what, 0.3% don't make anybody feel like you fought at all. He took it laying down. And I'm sorry, I'm rambling a little bit, but that's the contract side of what I wanted to say. As far as,
absolutely. And I'll say on the contract side really quickly, you mentioned that he chose to represent solely, as is his right under the Constitution. I think just as a matter of procedure, that's very problematic, just generally speaking. and hopefully, whenever y'all have your next national convention, maybe BFN will have some resolutions to the effect of the contract has to be negotiated with either I don't know, half of the national business agents, or maybe a separately elected bargaining committee, or maybe each national business agent gets to appoint somebody. I mean, you gotta have more than one person. I mean, that's just like crazy.
Yeah, the problem is there, just to give you a little more info on that, is this contract that was arbitrated is only for 3 years, which means President Renfro's going to be our president again, 2026, and there's nothing stopping him currently from going in there and doing it again, and being our sole negotiator and getting us a bad deal again. There's nothing, and there is no convention until the end of the year that year. So as of now, the way it worked out, we are stuck with Mr. Renfro's guiding torch into our next contract, and I promise you, it won't take him 200 days to get the next one. He's going to have that thing buttoned up, and we're probably going to get fed another pile. But I wanted to touch on the other thing real quick before you get on to other callers. I voted for Trump, right? And I could explain a number of reasons why I did that. And I'll be blunt about it. I don't think, and this is a personal opinion that, you know, I may be judged for since I'm on the media now, but I don't think that we're ready as a nation to have a woman president in this time. And that's the sole reason that I voted for Trump.
Okay.
And I had to choose, right? But I mean, it is what it is. But again, another thing is you don't vote for a president because you agree with all their policies. You said this earlier. You vote for a president who you think is going to represent America in a position of strength and try and do something. You can't know what they're going to do because all politicians lie. That's how they get into office. They don't get into office by being honest. They'd have too much division. They'd never make it that far. So, I mean, the truth is, you can't be mad at anybody for the way they vote. I've run into this with people I've spoken to locally where they've been very, very passionate, very, very upset that I tell them, hey, I voted one way. And that's kind of like, you know, America was founded on so many things, but one of those is the right to voice your opinion, the right to First Amendment. You have the freedom of speech. And you shouldn't judge your brothers and sisters in the world, much less in a union, based on how they vote. Like, everybody has a set of values, morals, that may be different from yours, and you may not agree with them. But you don't judge people based on those morals. You cast your same vote that they have the right to, and, you know, ultimately it's tallied up and we proceed on with life. And I just want to throw that in there, you know, because I've gotten a lot of pushback as a union member, as a shop steward who voted for Trump. And I'm like, I didn't vote for Trump to attack federal workers. He never said in his big plan that his idea was to go to war against the union, you know, as soon as he got into office. But that's what he chose to do. And, you know, I don't support any of those decisions.
Drew, I appreciate the call. I do, you know, I'll say a couple of things. You know, can you judge people for their vote? I think you can judge people for their vote, and especially if it's because you don't want a woman president. I'm judging you a little bit, Drew. But
you can judge me
I do think I think. There's something. There is something to be said.
I'm muted.
Yeah,
clearly.
Just a second. But you know, I mean, there is something to be said that you know, like you can judge people, but also there's a like.
I don't think
there is a higher level kind of thing.
Level of ignorance.
Well, there's like a higher level of thing about being a union member and like, you know, judging people while still trying to be in. You know, while still trying to have fraternal relations with them, right, and still trying to be their brother and their sister, and things like that, and but you know, and I can accept that people vote different ways than me, and that's, you know, that's not really problematic to me, or well, I mean, you know, I have problems with it, but I can move on with life, right? Yeah.
Well,
no,
one thing
I don't know if I'm still
quick.
muted or not.
No, yeah, we can hear you now, Drew, and then we'll go to you, Adam.
Yeah, go ahead, Drew.
Go ahead.
Oh,
no,
I was just.
I mean, I get the feeling, right? Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't know I was talking. You talk, then I'll talk. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Adam.
Cool. Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, I think your point, Jacob, is that, and this is how I feel. I don't look down on other workers for voting differently from me. I try to place blame with people in power, right? Like wealthy, powerful interests who are backing these politicians in both parties, in fairness. And like the people who are actually pulling strings, that's kind of where I reserve my anger and my feelings towards. You know, I disagree with fellow workers about some of their choices, of course. But if they're especially if they're a union brother or union sister, you know, I'm still going to have their back when things get real and when we're fighting the boss together and we're fighting for a fair contract. And I think that's important to have that solidarity. And to your point, you know, people come at this from very different perspectives, and unions are democracies. It's messy. We have to value that people do have those different opinions. And so I just wanted to say that. I mean, yeah, I do disagree with your assessment. But I appreciate that you are willing to say, hey, Trump is doing things I don't like. And so I will give you credit for that because, again, like I said earlier, there are some people who, whatever party they're in, it's like they're incapable of admitting, yeah, I voted for this person, but they're doing something I don't like. And I don't think we lose anything. I think it's actually more honest and helpful to be straightforward like that.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, Drew.
Yeah. So, my final thoughts. Yeah, no, that's the way it is. Like as far as the female president thing, I was in the armed forces, and I was in the armed forces between 2003 and 2008, and the military then was very, very strong. People were afraid to go to war, right? I was afraid to go to war. I was young. I'm 40 now, so you can do the math. But just the observation as a person who got out of the military in 2008, looking at our military over the last 10 years, it's just gotten weaker and weaker. And that was part of it too, from my perspective. I'm like, what's going to happen to our armed forces? We are known as the most powerful nation on the planet. And that is a huge safeguard to all of our interests as Americans. Without that strength is what allows you to project into the world. And without that, I just don't think that almost anything else matters, and that was a big part of it too. And I was like, well, at a base level, who's going to represent a strength and a strong position better? Is it going to be Kamala Harris, or is it going to be Donald Trump? And I don't even remember who it was in the past. You probably can find the quote better than me, but there was a quote that said that the only time that a woman will become president is if she's vice president first. And that's asserting that the president passes away somehow. And I don't agree with that statement, but not in this time. There are too many threats to American interests, and we need to be stronger than ever as a nation, and we need to be stronger than ever as an economy. And right now, our economy is not looking good. Donald Trump better fix that. He made a lot of promises. Right now, I don't think he's helping it. Tearing away the American workforce and putting people on unemployment is not a great way to strengthen the economy. I think he's making a big L move, right? To use modern day young people terms, but it's a big L to take your people and put them in the unemployment line when you're trying to project strength. I think he's making a terrible decision. There are ways to reduce the deficit without reducing workforce. Number one, the war has changed. You learned that with the Ukraine-Russian war, that drones have taken over. It's not even about bodies anymore. It's about robots. So we better figure out how to reduce the military budget without, becoming weak. Obviously, that's my point. And I think that would be very easy to do, to take away from the $4 trillion deficit a year, instead of trying to reduce 15% of the deficit by killing American jobs. But I think he's just hell-bent on doing it his way, and you won't hear anything other than what he wants to do in the moment until a judge tells him no. I think it's great that the judges are stopping him. I think that it's great that these injunctions are being filed on these things that he's doing illegal. I voted for him because I wanted him to be strong, not because I wanted him to come in and attack labor. And I think he's just making a big mistake in that regard. So those are my final thoughts. I'm sorry if I rambled.
No, appreciate the call, Drew. Thank you.
Yeah, I do appreciate the call, and it was an interesting call, and something that resonates with me, I think, is just that we are very different in the way we're looking at the world, because I don't think about America's military strength, certainly not as something that is a good thing for most people of the world necessarily. What got me into politics as a teenager was the Iraq War, and learning more about American foreign policy and American imperialism throughout the world. And so, that doesn't really resonate with me as someone who is committed to peace and to human rights, and as someone who does not believe in warfare and empire.
No war but class war.
And so, I really, that just, it's hard for me to put myself in those shoes, because the whole time I've been, politically active, that has been on my mind. And in fact, it's something that's been on my mind a lot lately this past week with this whole Signalgate thing, right? And there's more attention paid to the signal chat and the lack of OPSEC and all this and that, all these shenanigans on Signal. That's getting more attention than the fact that our country is using our tax dollars to blow up children on the other side of the world. And Congress didn't declare war. No one asked me. In fact, my whole lifetime, virtually, our tax dollars have been used to blow up children around the world. And maybe this is a hot take, but I think that's bad.
Yeah,
I really do. Like it deeply, deeply disturbs me that our tax dollars are used for such things, that are used to fund genocides, are used to fund coups and overthrow governments and back military dictatorships and fund right-wing death squads. And, it's just really, really disturbing. And that's one thing that they don't want us to talk about. They don't want you to talk about empire and the war machine and the cost of that violence on the people of the world and the people of this country. And I know a lot of people have jobs in those industries. I know that it floats the economy in a lot of ways. Since World War II, really, our economy has been fueled in many ways by endless wars, endless military advancement. And I really am disturbed by it as someone who tries to think of working people across the world and our international interest in solidarity. I appreciate that Drew seems to have, a more balanced approach to at least evaluating the candidate he voted for. So I do give him credit for that, and he's a shop steward. So I hope that he's doing a good job there, and I appreciate him being willing to volunteer for his union and step up for his union and serve his fellow members, and hopefully represent those members regardless of who or what they are. I've represented a lot of workers, some of whom have very different politics from me, but when we were able to stick together and fight the good fight together, we were able to make things better for themselves and for their coworkers, and that is really important. But that has been on my mind a lot with the Yemen situation, and again, I know that's controversial. We're not supposed to talk about that.
I mean, it really is. It's scary how controversial it is, and I'll make just a couple of points on that. Our sister Vonda in the chat said, kind of confusedly, this guy's, concerned about strength, and yet, the military secrets on the Signal thread, being shared, obviously, just from like a realpolitik kind of perspective, like obviously if what you're concerned about is like, oh, our enemies might, whatever, what do they think about our military strength? That doesn't look good.
Right. They've been compromised even beyond that, right? Even like their Venmo list was public.
Yeah, I mean it's really, genuinely, it is important, I think, to recognize that, the fact that we were bombing children without authorization from Congress, or at all, even if Congress authorized it, I would still oppose it, right? But so the bombing of civilians and stuff is like, that's more problematic than the OPSEC. But like, if the OPSEC is something that you're concerned about, this seems genuinely a really, really bad thing for both our enemies and our quote unquote allies. I mean, it appears, I've read some reporting recently that it appears that there was a source that was given away in those text messages, an Israeli source, because they said that they had identified the terrorist or whatever going into an apartment building, his girlfriend's apartment building, positive ID and whatever. And there's been reporting to the effect that that was an Israeli source, that they got that from, and Israel's really upset about that they, gave that kind of intelligence away. And so, really, concerning stuff, and I would hope that it's concerning if, like, the problem is if you're kind of principle of the thing is like we need to be strong militarily. But I would encourage my dear brother Drew and others who think about these things to question about, is like Adam was saying, is actually military strength like that important of a thing, or is it the thing that we should be prioritizing over, positive relations with our global neighbors and, interacting positively with people and things like this.
Right. And the last thing I'll say, which I guess should be the obvious, which is I don't understand an assessment that a woman couldn't be president. That is weird in the year 2025. I don't see any grounding to that. I would just say that I think all people are capable of leadership, regardless of their gender or race or whatever defining characteristics they may have that they were born with or whatever. I don't think that makes or breaks someone. I look at who they are and what they're about, what issues are important to them, their actions, their record. I would say that the Trump campaign on breaking federal worker unions, I mean, not exactly, but it also wasn't like a secret either. Right. Many of us have been seeing this for a very long time. I mean, frankly, the far right has been upset at union rights forever in this country. Like, literally, we've always been in opposition. There's always been an elite business class and various folks underneath them with reactionary ideologies opposed to the labor movement. We finally made some progress in the 1930s because of the mass mobilization we had and the mass disruption we had, the mass organizing we had, right? And we did have a somewhat more sympathetic administration in the FDR administration, not to be confused with some sort of like union zealot, right? It wasn't like he did everything the unions wanted, right? We can look at the general textile strike of 34, the restrictions on federal workers, et cetera, et cetera. But, it's just, it is very, very, very interesting because I think it's been obvious that unions have been in the crosshairs for a long time. And after we did win those rights in the 30s, the right wing mobilized. They mobilized to weaken those rights immediately. Like, they went to work immediately fighting back against what little bit we did win in the New Deal. That's where we saw the spread of right to work. And it was often mixed in with segregationist politics and Jim Crow politics. And there was attempts to divide white and black workers and keep them apart. And you saw the Taft-Hartley Act in 1947, this big reaction against labor strength in the 30s and 40s, right? So, I mean, they have been chipping away for a long, long time. And powerful, elite, wealthy folks have long had the mission to destroy labor, to destroy working people's unions, because it is a way we fight back. It is a way for us to have a voice, a way for us to have democracy in the workplace. They want the workplace to be a dictatorship, right? And that is the default for most people. Frankly, we're wondering, like, what else do you want to be a dictatorship? The brother mentioned First Amendment rights, but for who? Those are increasingly under threat. It's clear that protest and demonstrations and civil disobedience is clearly under threat. And that is how we have made change in this country, was through mass civil disobedience. And at the time, it was unpopular among a lot of folks, right? Plenty of folks stood up for civil rights, and they weren't always popular. People stood up for, opposing the war in Vietnam. There were plenty of pro-Vietnam War people in this country, not just in the administration and the powers that be, but even among regular folks, among middle class and working class folks. It's just, it's something that I think folks do have to pay attention and grapple with the class realities of this country and this world. that at the end of the day, there are working folks, and then there are the powerful capitalists who employ us and who own pretty much everything. The owners, right? So it's the owners and the workers. That's by and large where most of us fall. There is a middle class, and like there's strata within that. You could dissect it more, but at the end of the day, basically there's workers and there's owners, and we as workers have to organize and build our majority. That's where our strength will come from, because no, we don't own the means of production. We don't own the media. We don't have billions of dollars to buy these politicians, but we do have the numbers. And that requires working across these differences and recognizing that where we may be different, we have a lot in common, and we have to unite around that. Man and woman, gay and straight, white and black, native born, immigrant, doesn't matter. Like, we have to unite around our common interest. And so, if you have a problem with certain other types of people, that's your problem. That's your problem, and you need to resolve that, because at the end of the day, solidarity is what it's going to take for us to resolve any of this. Like, we are facing so much crisis in this country and in this planet. We're looking at a climate that is being destroyed. It is threatening the future of our livelihoods, the future generations. We've got our rights are under attack. Our jobs are under attack. Our infrastructure is terrible. Our education's being defunded. You can go down the list. And we're already starting off in a pretty bad spot, because the United States of America does not have many of the benefits that other countries have enacted for working people, right? We're over here celebrating paid parental leave for teachers, which is great and a great victory, but it's like, holy shit, most countries already guarantee this, right? We're having to fight so hard just to climb up to what would be average in other countries. And yet we have such tremendous wealth, but it's concentrated in, such a tiny amount of hands. And I always think about that graph, and I show it every time I do a workshop, the graph that shows the concentration of wealth and the decline of union power. And as union power has declined, wealth has concentrated in the top. And it's just a vicious cycle. The more they decline, the more the wealth concentrates. The more the wealth concentrates, the more they can facilitate our decline. We have to break out of that vicious cycle of decline, because we are losing as working people. Like, things are getting worse for us. I can't look at my daughter and tell her her future is going to be better than the life I've had. And my parents certainly can't say that to me. So that is a problem that we have, and we have to unite as working people and let some of this other stuff go. And really recognize what's at stake here.
That's going to be it for us this week, I reckon.
Yeah, I wanted to wrap us up with a few plugs. Didn't get to in the main show, but wanted to make sure, again, that folks are following Labor Notes, because if you want to know how to do more organizing, if you want to learn more about one-on-one conversations, if you want to learn how do I take action on the job, like how do I do direct action, because there's a lot of things you can do, right? It's not just like sit down and take it or go on strike. There's a lot of in-between territory that we have to cover and we have to master and we have to get good at. So if you want to learn more about tactics, if you want to learn more about strategy and how to actually make change happen, I do encourage folks to stay plugged in with Labor Notes. You can go to labornotes.org/events. They've got some good trainings coming up. It was mentioned earlier, but April 5th is next Saturday, and that is the Hands Off National Day of Action. The Federal Unionist Network has endorsed it. CWA, Communications Workers of America, have endorsed it. Lots of organizations are involved. There's probably an action near you, so you can just Google that, find one near you. If there's not one near you, maybe that's something that you can do. Maybe you can check in with some folks and see if you can make that happen. Next weekend is also the Brick and Barn Conference, April 5th and 6th. It's put on by the Sand Mountain Cooperative Education Center. It's going to be in Gunnersville, Alabama. Really looking forward to this. It's going to really focus on rural and urban Alabama and look at some of the divisions, some of the connections, kind of that relationship there. So I'll be talking about labor organizing and working class solidarity and sort of how that interacts with the whole rural-urban divide. Should be a good time. Again, you can look that up on Facebook or Eventbrite. It is the Brick and Barn Conference. March 31st is Cesar Chavez Day, and marks his birthday. Of course, he was an American farm worker, labor leader, civil rights activist. Chavez co-founded what would eventually become known as the United Farm Workers of America. Achieved some really unprecedented gains for farm workers. But, like a lot of historical figures, his legacy gets a little more complicated the more you scratch beneath the surface and the more you follow kind of the later career.
He had some pretty interesting views. I read a little bit about him the other day.
Yeah. So, and there's a lot of folks like that who had some just big wins and big accomplishments, but then they stayed around for a while, and you never really hear about what happened after, right? And then when you go back and you look at, well, what happened all those years afterwards? You don't hear much about that.
Yeah, he got into what wasn't it like prosperity gospel stuff or something like that?
It's been a minute since I've read into it, so I don't want to misspeak.
Yeah,
but interesting.
Something weird.
Yeah, for sure. And then the last thing I'll say is I want to encourage folks to please do reach out to us throughout the week, leave us voicemails, send us tips. We are really always looking for tips. If there's something happening, you're involved in a local contract struggle, something happening in your community politically that's interesting, you got a bad boss story, we would love to hear those things. We appreciate the tips. We had Dwayne call in earlier. Sounds like he's getting started on opposition research for the 26 elections. Love it. Send us stuff, anything, tvlr.fm/contact. And again, the number is 844-899-TVLR, 844-899-8857. I guess I'll just wrap with, again, y'all, we have to choose solidarity over bigotry. And a lot of really powerful forces want us to be divided. They want to conquer us through that division. We can't let that happen. We have to build massive, diverse people power, all kinds of folks, all the diversity of the working class. We have to bring that together because that's how we can win. And frankly, we have to. We don't have a choice. We have to unite working class people in this country and around the world to demand better, to demand a better future for us and for our kids and our grandkids, a world that is actually decent and just and livable. We can do that, and I think we can really make that progress happen. But it's going to take everyday people standing up, figuring out how they can get involved, what they can do to make a difference. But if you're listening, I appreciate it very much. I appreciate your support. We can't do this show without y'all, and whether you contribute financially or you are a regular listener, watcher, commenter, caller, it all makes a difference, and we really do appreciate it. We recognize that you're not always going to agree with everything we say. I don't even agree with everything Jacob says, and he doesn't agree with everything I say. That's fine. That's part of the magic, right? We're trying to get working class perspectives out here and really just boost that message that solidarity is the path forward. So thanks for all the support. Appreciate it, y'all.
See you next week.